Director of International Politics at Middlesex University. He specializes in foreign policy, diplomacy, and Eurasian geopolitics, focusing on Turkey and Russia, where he teaches and publishes as well in all these areas. And the title of his talk, in case you didn't read it in the program, is Putin and the Invention of the Third Rome at the Service of Russian Imperialism.
Thank you for that, I'm not sure, generous introduction. Thanks. And thanks for getting up early for me. And I mean, yesterday's talks by distinguished historians, you know, particularly related to this paper, we learn a lot, international relations specialists from historians. They set the scene and they covered the sort of the field. And mine is just an addition to that, rather than, you know, so I learned so much. And all the papers seem to be, as they say in English, speaking to each other, you know, and you know. Let me start with, you know, go back to the Yeltsin, you know, on the 12th of July 1996, following a closely fought election victory, Boris Yeltsin declared, I quote, "In Russia's history in the 20th century, each epoch had its own ideology. But now we don't have one. And that's bad," he said. "The goal was set to have a unifying Russian idea developed before the next election in 2000. And then the next election in 2000 was won by Putin, and a radical transition has followed, resulting in a resurgence, if you like, a new resulting in a resurgence of a new Russian state and society. So in any state-building project, I'm a political scientist, not historian, so ideology really is my main kind of field, that in any state-building project, the state must project an image of itself as the legitimate representation of the people bounded within its territory. So for the state, this is an issue of ideology, of course, forming unity, homogeneity within the mass of relations designated by the term society. From the very beginning, Putin's coming to the presidential office was represented as a new stage in Russian political history. So Putin, in his famous Millennium Manifesto, in actually 1999, this was also published a couple of days later in his Vestia, has formed, in a way, his Millennium Speech formed the basis of Putin's evolving ideas in his speeches and interviews and articles followed. So this manifesto ended, in a way, Yeltsin's project for a new Russian idea, and actually even being obliged to demonstrate loyalty to Yeltsin, even though he was promoted and appointed by him as his appointed successor, Putin never missed an opportunity to distinguish himself from his unpopular predecessor, Yeltsin. So, and in his Millennium Speech, Putin claimed that a stormy decade of reform is over. We have exhausted the potential of transition period measures. So, and now we are entering an era, you know, where our long-term success depends on our will, our qualifications, and our determination. So Putin proclaimed that the economic well-being of the people was an ideological, I underline this, spiritual and moral problem. So, and since then he's been trying to define the core values of Russianness, define or redefine. So there were these were the early signs of the ideological political production of Putin regime and its symbolic significance. So, since then, Putin more than once expressed Russia's embarking on new stage in Russia's history with a manifest destiny. You know, Russians are destined for a special, destination. So he has been trying to carve a role for Russia as an alternative, in a way, to the Western civilization. Russia is not only different from the West, but also a great power. As one of the leading scholars in the field, Marlene Laurel, explained, we find a mixture of continuities and discontinuities, as the ideology that dominates Russia today is the product of long sedimentation. So we can therefore identify various layers of Putin's ideology, its moments of rupture and those of acceleration and reconstruct its genealogy. The break of 2022 with the invasion of Ukraine was a major one, but it shouldn't also obscure the continuities. Of course, there are continuities and diversions from that. So what are the different stages or the continuities of change and patterns of change and continuity? So, or rather, we call it discursive shifts in the formation of Putin's ideology and its trajectory. I mean, I'm sure you are all familiar with this third world concept that originated from the 15th, 16th century following the conquest of Istanbul, Constantinople by the Turks, and then Russians sort of declared that now they are the third Rome, the continuation of the Byzantine Empire. I mean, of course, Turks, or the Fatih Sultan, the Conqueror, the Mehmet the Conqueror, also claimed that he was the Kaiser. You know, in his title, he also claimed that the Ottoman Empire was the continuation. As you know, the Orthodox Patriarch was, and Fatih the Conqueror, actually the Conqueror Mehmet, recognized that the seat of the Orthodox Patriarchy. So, but let's focus on Russia. This actually narrative is deeply tied to the Russian Orthodox Church and Russia's imperial identity. A famous quote from the monk Philetos of Pisco, early 16th century, said, "Two Romes have fallen, the third stands, and there will be no fourth." So, however, the concept of Third Rome has undergone notable discursive shifts under Vladimir Putin, evolving from historical religious metaphor into another ideological tool in Putin's political technology. Those who study Russia knows what this means. Political technology is a specific, actually, word. This internal political technology tool that supports his domestic and foreign policy agendas. Of course, let me explain. I think I should explain the discursive shifts. Early Putin era, it is kind of very subtle, if you like, symbolism. Russia was weak, and then Russia was, the Putin was trying to sort of accommodate Western interests. I remember actually before his Munich speech, Putin published an article on Financial Times saying that you have nothing to fear from Russia's aspirations. And of course, this era has ended, and the Munich conference was a clear message that, the Russia was departing from the West. And of course, it foreshadowed a more confrontational phase in Russian-West relations. The war in Georgia in 2008, that was the first, actually, war in the post-Soviet space since the end of the Cold War. In a way, these events in Putin's early period revealed ideological foundations, not openly, but subtly, for his foreign policy moves at a later stage. So, one generalization here that historically speaking, when the West is weak and divided, when the West is strong, Russia abides. But when the West is weak and divided, Russia becomes much more aggressive and assertive. So this is the second stage. Then this is the period starting from 2012 onwards. You know, after returning to the presidency, Putin began to bolster the Third Rome narrative more explicitly. So this period witnessed closer alignment with the Orthodox Church, portraying Russia as a moral counterweight to the secular West. Use of historical analogies to justify his actions like the annexation of Crimea in 2014, and he made this an interesting speech there referring to Russia as a civilizational state, casting Russia as a protector of Orthodox Christians, you know, and Russian speakers has been the future of, you know, Valdai, and Christians and Russian speakers, the Russians abroad, you know, Russia's, and you were saying that Russia goes beyond the Russia's borders, you know, there are 17 to 20 million Russians, and the protectors of the Russian speakers and the protectors of the Orthodox Christian values. Now, post 2014, we have this, as I said, that it has become much more civilization, and then defender of traditional values as the West. I'm not going to go into too much detail of these, or the historical background, but then the narrative also gradually shifted from religious salvation to geopolitical mission, with Russia as a unique civilization destined to lead a multipolar world. So, with the full invasion, then we have another rhetoric or discursive kind of shift, much more this time obvious and pronounced, is that with the full scale of Ukraine, the ideology in a way took on apocalyptic and eschatological tones. You know, Putin and allied ideologues increasingly invoked sacred history. Martyrdom, again, is very important in, you know, when you listen to the recent speeches on, you know, martyrdom of Russian soldiers and blessed by the Orthodox Church, and on the idea of holy war, almost, against the Western decadence. The Third Rome now became a mobilizing myth in manufacturing popular consent and justifying Putin's authoritarianism and expansionism as part of a divine or Russian historic manifest destiny. So, the Third Rome ideology is not always openly pronounced, but is strategically and deliberately ambiguous, not always explicit. Putin has increasingly aligned the Russian state with the Russian Orthodox Church, reviving the Tsarist era notion of symphonia. You know, symphonia, harmony between church and state. Patriarch Kirill, head of the Russian Orthodox Church, has echoed the Third Rome ideology, stating Russia is a barrier against the Antichrist, reinforcing Russia's moral mission. And then, of course, the Third Rome concept implies that the West has fallen morally and spiritually. So Putin's critique of Western liberalism, the decadent secularism mirrors this narrative. He portrays Russia as a bulwark of traditional values resisting Western ideological imperialism. Particularly, I find interesting that in his address at the Valdai Discussion Club in 2022, for instance, in the context of critiquing Western cancel culture, he explicitly that Western cancel culture, invoking Dostoevsky's novel Demons, or sometimes also translated as the possessed. Very interesting, to draw parallels between the nihilistic ideologies of the novel's characters and what he perceived as the West's cultural current cultural trajectory and decadence. There are, of course, other philosophers and political technologists and thinkers that Putin has been inspiring Putin. For instance, the reference to Dugin as a continental kind of Russia as a continental Eurasian empire, and then Ivan Ilyin is another kind of sage, you know, of a key book in Putin's library, you know, whose works are frequently quoted by Putin, emphasizing orthodoxy, order, and Russia's moral uniqueness. And then, of course, you can also detect Berdyaev, Nikolai Berdyaev, the Russian Christian existential, Orthodox Christian existentialist. There are so many others that Putin sometimes randomly, you know, refers to, quotes or whatever. So let me now, I don't know how long time I've got, but I want to talk.
You have 6 minutes.
6 minutes, oh, plenty. So rather than boring you with all these details, because Professor Basin and then Noah really, as I said, gave a very good background to this with very interesting examples. But what is my point here is that actually esoteric nature of Putin's narratives, his deliberately ambiguous discursive strategy, flexibility, and actually incoherent style. Putin's ideology has not been formed yet. It's still a work in progress. But one of the key, you know, definition of ideology is a coherent set of values, right? There's no coherence in, I'm not sure whether you would agree with me or not, but no coherence to Putin's ideology, and it shifts. I was talking to Professor Basin yesterday. Komilov is one of his research areas, how he shifts, you know. For instance, if he visits a university in Kazan, or say in Kazakhstan, he refers to Gomulev. If he's addressing the Russian people, he refers to Tordrom and others. So there's a shift, you know, in the mix. In a way, Putin's ideology is a kind of cluster ideology. He uses all these ideological tools to legitimize his power, a multifaceted and fluctuating one, actually, that combines elements from Russia's imperial Soviet Orthodox traditions, aiming to restore, at the root of it, as Russia's greatness. Russia is a great power. So, I mean, another thing, actually, Professor Novak talked about, how Putin's discourse shifted. You know, he blamed Lenin for the creation of Ukraine. And recently, interestingly, that he's reviving Lenin, you know, and then reviving Lenin just to sort of demonstrate that Russia is also the savior of the poor nations, the revolutionary spirit, the Lenin's like Africa and other, the BRICS actually is relevant here. So the invasion of Ukraine is more directly tied to Putin's grand geopolitical strategy, post-Soviet revanchism, if you like, and the domestic authoritarian consolidation, then to this, religious doctrines. So we look at Third Rome here. I look at, because I'm not a theologian. I look at not as a religious doctrine, but as an ideology, or as an integral part of Putin's ideology, because it helps frame the conflict in civilizational and historical terms, reinforcing narratives of Russian exceptionalism and destiny. So the idea of Third Rome is a part of a broader strategy to position Russia as a central force in global history. Now, we shouldn't also overemphasize the role of the Third Rome in the invasion of Ukraine. It plays a role in the background. It is important, but it is not the main reason, it's part of this grand strategy. So let me actually conclude here. Okay, let me just one. Dostoevsky, my favorite Russian writer, I always say to my students, if you want to understand a country's foreign policy, read its literature. And Dostoevsky is the best if you want to understand. You know, he wrote in 1876, following the victory of Russia against the Tatars in Göktepe. And he says, in Europe, we were hangers-on and slaves, whereas we shall go to Asia as masters. In Europe, we were Tatars, whereas in Asia, we too are Europeans. Our mission, our civilizing mission in Asia will bribe our spirit and drive us there. Actually, this is an amazing quote, because I believe Dostoevsky's message here summarizes the messianic exceptionalism of Russia, manifest in the grand strategy of Putin. You know, in a way, Russia's master-slave relationship with Europe. You know, Russia is not only a victim of the West, but also the master of its own destiny. Thank you very much.
Brilliant ending. Thank you very much. So our next speaker, I don't know. Oh, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, our second presentation today is by Hanna Barzelova from the Marie Curie Sklodowska University in Lublin. She is a legal scholar, political analyst and historian. She works as a senior analyst at the Institute of Central Europe, and she researches Central European politics. The title of her paper is Reviving Empire, the Evolution of the National Idea in Post-Soviet Russia.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. And first of all, I would like to say thank you for your kind invitation to the organizers and for the possibility to present my paper devoted to the Reviving Empire, the evolution of the national idea in post-Soviet Russia. Just before starting, perhaps a word of addition to the previous, yesterday's key speech of Professor Novak. And remember, he was showing us a monument of Vladimir, who brought the Christianity to Rus, and his monument that stood in Moscow from 2016. From that very period, even before the monument was unveiled, there appeared a joke in Moscow that there will be already 3 Vladimirs. in Moscow and in Russia. The one will be standing, the other will be sitting, it's Vladimir Putin, and the other is lying, Vladimir Lenin. And in fact, it's a kind of introduction that will show us the eclecticism that we all see in today's Russia. So the political authorities in Russia give different answers to the question of what the national idea through its history. As you remember, in the 16th century, they stated that Moscow is the third Rome, and there shall be no fourth. On the other hand, in the 19th century, there appeared a formula: orthodoxy, autocracy, and nationality. In the 20th century, the question of the national idea was reformulated in the question of mission of the Soviet Russia. And it was the construction of socialism and communism in the USSR and ultimately through the whole world. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, the authorities of Russian Federation, like those in other post-Soviet and post-socialist countries, faced the necessity of developing a new national idea. The ruling elites found themselves in a kind of crossroads between seeing themselves as heirs of the Romanov monarchy, the successors of the USSR, or as builders of a modern democratic state. President Vladimir Yeltsin took steps to revive the traditions of the Russian Empire, and it was visible in introduction of the double-headed eagle as an emblem of the Russian Federation and the modern Russian flag. At the same time, the president sharply criticized the communist regime. On the other hand, the authorities understood that given to countries multi-ethnic and multi-religious and multicultural nature of the state, it is impossible that national idea would be based solely on the ethnic principle, on Russian principle, and it would be really risky and could lead to inter-ethnic conflicts. So we're still in the 19th, and in the 19th became a period of search and attempts to search. Was a period of searching and attempts to reconcile historical heritage with a new political reality. However, the political instability in the state, contradictions related to the ongoing neoliberal reforms, and the sharp decline in living standards and the active use of history by various political parties only deepened the existing internal divisions. At the same time, the creation of a long-term development strategy for Russia, the creation of a dominant version of national history, and an idea to consolidate Russian society only began during Vladimir Putin's era. After assuming power at the end of the 1999, the period of stabilization and greater economical development of the state began, and this helped to accumulate finances, this helped to accumulate money that were invested inter alia into ideological projects. For the first time, the question of national idea appeared in Vladimir Putin's program article, Russia at the Turn of the Millennium. We can speculate about if he was behind this text, because he was just a candidate. So, but I don't want to cover this issue, just like it's a question mark from my side, but still, this is text that, according to its title and its author, is attributed to Vladimir Putin. In this quite long text, a section titled Changes for a Worthy Future, there was stated, I envision that the new Russian idea will emerge as an alloy, as an organic combination of universal humanistic values with the original Russian values that have stood the test of time. The fundamental traditional values for Putin at that time included patriotism. I underline this because patriotism will still be actual in his later statements. Statism, social solidarity, and the belief that Russia is destined to be a great power. At the same time, this text emphasized that liberal values and individualism have been historical traditions in the United States and in England, whereas in Russia, collective forms of life dominate, and the state and its institutions have always played a unique role in the life of the country and its people. In fact, this very statement can be seen as a first signal of a potential gradual shift away from attempts of liberal democratic transformation towards the construction of traditional society in Russia. However, this was still a time when Putin demonstrated a commitment to pragmatism in foreign policy and openness to cooperation with the Western countries. However, already in 2003-2004, it became evident that such rapprochement have failed. Just what are these main indicators? So we can mention the war in Iraq, the eastward expansion of NATO, and the first Ukrainian Maidan, 2004. The form of governments that developed in Russia during the first decade and early second decade of the 21st century could hardly be considered ideological in the traditional sense. During this period, declarative rejection of ideological frameworks themselves constituted during this period, the ruling elites created clearly adopted neoliberal principles, which, despite a declarative rejection of ideological frameworks, themselves constitute a coherent system of values. And what is about the formulation of the national idea at that period of time? As you see from this slide, in 2004, the national idea was formulated by Putin as competitiveness of the state, the economy, and its citizens. Already in 2011, when Putin was a prime minister, he used a formula introduced by writer Alexander Solzhenitsyn, identifying the national idea as the salvation of the nation. According to Putin, the key to achieving this idea was continuous development and creating competitiveness. So we are now moving towards more recent times. We remember protests of 2011-2012 in Russia, and this very protest, alongside with changing geopolitical situation, prompted the country's leadership to consolidate its position and consider building a state ideology. What was this ideology? We can presume that perhaps conservatism was the basis, based on traditional values, was chosen as the basis for creating something new. This shift should be viewed not only as a domestic response, but also as, one more time, as a response to the changing geopolitical situation. The growing conviction among authorities that Russia wasn't perceived by the West as an equal partner in international relations led them to actively develop their contacts with far-right forces in Europe. It also stimulated Russia to deepen relations with Saudi Arabia, with the United Arab Emirates, as well as with Iran. However, the conservative rhetoric did not immediately take a form of binding state ideology. Until the turning point, which came in 2021 and 2022, it served more as a means of internal and international positioning, portraying Russia as defender of traditional values in a global scale, in contrast to collective West. Just can I ask about the timing?
You have 8 minutes.
Thank you so much. The beginning of Vladimir Putin's term was marked by significant politicization of history. That is the fact about which we were discussing and heard a lot yesterday, and so it's my presentation just one more brick to this issue. As you remember, in 2012, two societies that existed in Russian Empire were re-established. It was the Russian Military History Society, headed for all its period of existence by former Minister of Culture Vladimir Medinsky, and another one is the Russian History Society, headed by Sergei Naryshkin, the director of the Russian Foreign Intelligence Service. At the same time, in 2000, in fact, these two organizations became key institutions systematically implementing the memory policy. At the same time, in 2023, so during the full-scale invasion, the National Center for History and Memory was established under the President of the Russian Federation. So going perhaps a little bit, these are the emblems of all these organizations. And moving forward, just giving you a couple of examples, what role does history plays in modern Russia, I will focus on the idea of building a system of multi-media parks titled Russia, My History. The idea of this park was firstly materialized in 2013 with this first exhibition in Moscow, but afterwards, at the moment, we have 26 cities with these kinds of permanent exhibitions throughout Russia. This exhibition aims to create a unified, officially approved version of the past, a kind of virtual historic textbook of Russia for students, for university attendees, and the broader audience. The exhibition covers the key stages of Russian history, and even from these slides you see this history includes Kiev Rus as well, Tsardom of Moscow, the Russian Empire, the Soviet Union, and modern Russia. Projects like these didn't only serve to popularize the pro-Kremlin version of Russian history, but also act as a way to encourage citizens in perceiving the national idea through historical heritage. Then we remember that 2014, the annexation of Crimea, as well the increased military presence in Central and Eastern Europe, the constant threat of potential annexation of Georgia and Ukraine by a potential accession of Georgia and Ukraine to NATO, all that contributed to the further secularization of history in Russia. And in fact, just reminding you the slide that I have already mentioned, have already showed to you before, but please pay attention on the last line. In 2016, the national idea was formulated by Putin as patriotism. So this patriotism was the main element of the national idea of Russia. 2020 amendments to the constitution introduced such formulas as the country's 1,000-year-old history, the preservation of the memory of the ancestors, and the historical continuity between the Soviet Union and Russia. Just from that time, we can speak about the much more very quickly secularization of history into the country. The ideas of traditional Russian values and moral values were introduced into the strategies of into the national strategies, security strategies, and the whole list of all these values appeared in the renewed version of the national strategy in 2021, and in a special decree on the approval of the principles of state policy of the preservation and strengthening a traditional Russian spiritual and moral values, we have really a huge list of values that include patriotism, nota bene, service to the motherland, and responsibility for its fate, high moral ideas, a strong family, the primacy of spiritual over material, collectivism, historical memory, and so on and so forth. And perhaps the last point of my presentation would be just a signal that what Russia as a state makes in regards of studying or teaching history. During just 2 years, 2023 and 2024, in Russia appeared a whole bunch, a whole line of history textbooks, nota bene separately for history of Russia and world history. So it's like the one textbook that should be used in modern Russia in the schools. They were edited inter alia by Vladimir Medinsky, the representatives of Academy of Sciences as well. And this year, in 2025, there appeared also 3 additionally volumes of military history, and they are interconnected with these main textbooks that appeared for the grades 5 till 11. And last year, there also appeared a book for the universities, for those specializations who are not historians. It was edited by Yuri Petrov, the director of the Institute of Russian History. Thank you. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, Russian, as you see, found itself in a state of ideological ambiguity. The search for national idea capable for uniting and of multi-ethnic and multi-religious state took several decades. The evolution of this national idea, as you see, just depicts us the changing of the views of Putin towards the role of the state, the role of society, and the place of Russia in this world. The president's rhetoric has been adapting to internal and external challenges, showing a transition from neoliberal pragmatism to a conservative and political discourse. And as you see, history in formulating this national idea plays really a huge role. In fact, the conservative shift in Russia reflects global trends in the turn towards memory, which intensified at the beginning of the 21st century, as well as the growing popularity and influence of right-wing movements and parties. Against the backdrop of the crisis of classical political ideologies, history has become an important sphere of social life and significant geopolitical resource. The internationalization of illiberal forms and practices of memory will likely become increasingly attractive over time, particularly in such regions as Central and Eastern Europe, where the role of the state in shaping national narratives about the past is especially pronounced. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. This actually, I wish I was presenting after you, because it ties in well with mine, but it's brilliant.
Yep.
Well done. Yeah, I will make links to yours now that you've said all that.
Oh, okay.
I don't need to say it all that, I'll just say, as Hannah said before. So between them.
Yes.
Don't be shy.
possible if I put it here? Yeah, I have it. Ah, okay. That's fine. I think here from this. Yeah, that's what. Okay.
Okay, our next speaker is Katuna Chapichadze from Georgian Technical University. She's a political scientist and associate professor at Georgian Technical University. She also teaches at San Diego State University in Georgia and collaborates with Polish institutions. She researches national identity, EU integration, and memory politics. The title of her talk today is Under the Shadows of Russian Imperialism, Georgia's National State Identity.
Thank you so much for this introduction, nice one. Thank you, of course, first of all, to the organizers of this wonderful event. Just personal thanks to the institutions, of course. So today I will be talking about the state national identity building problems in Georgia, connected with the factor of Russia, as I can actually call it practically. So first of all, well, it will come later on through the form of the paper, I hope, in the publication. But this is just an abstract outline for the abstract, where the major, perhaps, issues I've tried to underline for today's speech. But let me first of all, start to talk about one of the notorious kings in the history of Georgia, one of the biggest fighters. He was living in the 18th century. It's written that the dates approximately from 1720, 1721 to 1798. He was, first of all, the king of the kingdom of Kakheti in eastern Georgia. And after he united practically another kingdom of Kartli, also in the eastern part of Georgia, he became the unified Kartli-Kakheti king of this kingdom. But why him, and why I start this presentation today, and perhaps also the paper, with King Heraclius II, Heraclius II, quite often he's been referred in different sources, historical sources. Nowadays, we have quite a big debate in our Georgian political field, I would say, historians involved, political scientists also, but politicians very actively, denouncing practically this figure in the history. But my irony, partly, maybe I will explain. It's not about the perhaps kind of challenging authorities. Even if it happens, of course, it can be justifiable. And it might be indeed have quite important arguments in supporting this kind of criticism. But he is regarded as practically one of the person who contributed into then Russians being invited into the Caucasus practically, we can say. Of course, it's not that the story goes, of course, deeper to the 15th, 16th centuries, but King Heraclius II was the one who decided practically the face of Georgia to make it practically survive, to give the chance for survival, as it was regarded in very challenging location, because even nowadays is, of course, very famously, I think, identified. Georgia has been identified along with the whole South Caucasus, very challenging, having challenging geopolitical conditions. And this mattered all the time throughout the history of my country, we can say. But the threat coming from, especially from the eastern, southwestern parts, neighborhoods of Georgia, through the face of the Persian invasion, because there were, of course, the attacks, constant attacks, and also from the Ottoman Empire, from the southwestern part, from the southwestern border, But also, of course, the northern border of Georgia, which is also very sensitive, has been very sensitive, and especially in the 18th centuries, also in the preceding centuries, there were constant invasions from Dagestani tribes, Yaleks as we call them, constant. So the survival in all these, considering all these circumstances was pretty harsh. And the question was indeed about the survival. We have to take into consideration Georgia is one of the oldest Christian countries. Practically, we assume it's the second one to declare Christianity as the state religion in the 4th century after Armenia. It's been debated by the historians from the side of Armenians, from the side of Georgians, but most probably I will go in line with Ivan Ejava. He's really one of the most authoritative figure in this field, believing in his arguments that probably Georgia was the second after Armenia, declaring Christianity as a state religion. So one of the oldest Christian nations, and survival in the neighborhood, which was predominantly Muslim, was a harsh task. But another map, but maybe I will just say, well, the sources you can see, but Vakushti Batonishvili brilliantly from the dynasty of Bagrationi, from the king's dynasties, traditional, in major parts of the history, dynasty of the Georgian kingdom. Was other famous geographer, historian. He drafted this very valuable, source, very valuable map. But also we have the sources also from outside, of course, and the French, for example, geographer Guillaume Delisle was the author, is the author when he depicts the neighboring countries of the Caspian Sea, we see here. The major source of controversy quite often, Treaty of Georgievsk. Treaty of Georgievsk, which was signed in 1783 by Erekle II, with whom I started today's presentation, has been remaining as a very controversial. It's been denounced, it's been criticized widely, and I've mentioned politicians, historians, political scientists. Nowadays, we can define that liberals much more, they are referred as liberals who are having very strong criticism, was the initiative even to declare Erekle II traitor. It was one of the initiatives actually coming from this very active liberal society in Georgia, very famous man, Levan Berzenishvili basically, and he was supported by others. But what's interesting about this Treaty of Georgievsk, whenever you look, and I had an opportunity to really read the original also, you can never find out that Georgia invites Russia, of course, to capture the country. It was, and it is, but it was the agreement regarding partnership, practically. Establishing an alliance, yes, partnership and alliance, aiming the threats coming from the outside, basically from the neighboring countries, the big already countries and empires, in the most part. So, especially Article number 6 from this Georgievsk Tractat, we can even go through this, that actually the Russian Empress Catherine II, who was on behalf of Russia, the signing party to this agreement with Erekle II, they were agreeing that Georgia, the eastern part of Georgia, would be secure, in the exchange of what? In the exchange of the foreign policy that Russia could, of course, interfere. Yeah, that's one part in the foreign affairs of Georgia. But also another important factor was kind of securitization of the dynasty of Bagratians, that they should be reigning and they should not be intervened, so non-stop Bagrationi dynasty would be in charge of at least of the eastern part of Georgia, Kartli and Kakheti. But in fact, what it cost signing of Georgievsk Tractat, because the story goes with many, with many things. I will get back to Erekle II again. So the consequences of the agreement, of signing the agreement, was practically after breaches, multiple times, breaches of this Georgievsk Tractat, the threats were not absolutely handled by Russia. Russia simply ignored the conditions of protecting Georgia. In this case, we remember just brilliant, sometimes, battles of Aspinza, Krzanisi, and we lost one of them pretty dramatically, which also practically immediately showed that this agreement was not working. But it was too late, because after pretty soon after Catherine II, Paul, the new emperor of Russia, started to annex, Georgia, started with the kingdom of Kartli and Kakheti. It started in the beginning of the 19th century, then proceeded by Alexander, another emperor, Alexander's successor of Paul. But throughout since the 1801, with Kartli and Kakheti, another also kingdoms from especially the western part of Georgia have been annexed step by step by Russia, and Russia succeeded into the South Caucasus. We know the story with the North Caucasus as well, the resistance, big resistance in Caucasus against Russia. And Chechens, just a brilliant example, who were with Shamil impressively standing against, Russian aggressors until 1860s. But that's, because of the facts, because of the consequences of the Georgievsk Tractat and Heraclius II's, this strategic decision to invite practically Russians, at least to be interfered into the foreign policy of Georgia, has been regarded until nowadays as dramatic shift in the history, in the face of the country, which eventually caused the halt of the abruption of the continuity in the national state identity building, in the authentic national state identity building in Georgia. That was dramatic, and that's why it's been considered as something really impactful, even though I should say in the scholarly literature sometimes this is not very sharply defined as being one of the major legacies of the Russian imperialism, historically speaking. At the same time, it would not be fair if I would miss this very important part. I'm putting it in quotation marks, cons of the Russian imperialism in Georgia. So quite a lot of historians, also political scientists, again, among the scientists, and also among the public, I would say this is also conceived as something very convincing, looking at what and how it was developed throughout the history, almost for more than 2 centuries. The consequences of Russian imperialism, first of all, Russian Empire, then the Soviet also empire, because we forcefully were integrated into the Soviet Union in February of, interestingly, on 21st February of 1921. February is somehow very sensitive, I think, month in many regards, because 2014 also, the Crimean annexation also happened in the same month. But something which can be regarded as maybe positive, I would put the question mark here. What it caused, securitization, legs were halted. From the northern border, Georgia really got this kind of benefit because the tribes from Dagestan, from the northern Caucasus, have been controlled by Russia. Securitization, it was about the increase of internal security. Georgia, through the 2 governorates, through the governorate of Tiflis, eastern Georgia, through the governorate of Kutaisi, in the face of the western Georgia, were integrated as one, practically within the borders of one country. It wasn't something official, it was not deliberate, understandably. It was not the Russian interest, of course, but it was the consequence of Russians taking over Georgia practically, because it was easy to administer, easy to control. And we know Transcaucasian, my not compatriots, but my neighbors, I think, would agree. Trans-Caucasian Union, we know the histories, of course, yes, how it worked. Pre-Soviet times, even after the Soviet times for some years. So solely for administrative purposes to make it possible to work and, yeah, for Russians to administer easily, that was the project. But it coincided, as many historians also think, to the Georgian interest in this regard. The Georgia was unified, more or less, but unified after feudal divisions, after, these kind of divisions, quite often struggles, very bloody struggles between the kingdoms and principalities throughout the medieval centuries. Yes, eventually it was unified, even though not, again, not with a purpose, not from the Georgia perspective, but from Russia perspective, again, to administer. So securitization, but modernization is quite often a very compelling argument, because quite often people are asserting that, we modernized throughout, especially the Soviet period. Of course, all of the signs of the state, all the symbols of the state, in regards of institutionalism as well, that we inherited currently after declaring independence, it is very hard not to admit that, of course, we've got this legacy from the Soviet Georgia. Not to speak about the borders, again, perhaps, but Achara in the south, western part of Georgia, which was got back to Georgia after serious clashes with the Ottoman Empire, and Abkhazian issue as well incorporated. And even though it was announced as autonomous republic, as well as Achara, South Ossetian issue, so-called South Ossetian issue, is something different. Russians used, very complex methodology and approaches to settle Ossetians from the northern Ossetia in the historic heart of the country in Samachablo region, which then became, of course, a problem. But divide and rule, we know, yes, the formula, how it works. Unification, I talked about, But again, stressing perhaps the problem, which at the same time is kind of dualistic, having dualistic character, I think. Because at the same time, we inherited something in our modernity from the Soviet Union, from Russian Empire, then Soviet Union, when we started our state, independent state, the Second Republic, when it was announced, even shortly since, 1918 to 1921, 3 years, But we've inherited all these things in terms of modernity. Yes, and I'm just finishing. But the most important thing we kind of quite often omit or neglect, that it is also a fatal story, because even nowadays we can't get rid of the problems regarding mental set, and regarding the legacy of abruption, or the consequences of abruption, of continuity of the state national identity building in the modern. Again, this is very complex issue, complex for research, complex to interact with, to respond with, how to overcome. But the most clear thing is that it takes time, indeed, and even artificially, whenever we try to do things, reforms, and many great initiatives, oftentimes, even though sometimes not without pain, reforms always are accompanied with painful steps, But still, we are in the making, we can say. That's what I wanted to say, and also the last thing I'm finishing, Russian imperialism in action, how it was continued, it is still continued in the 21st century, from 20th century again. The wars, in Abkhazia and South Ossetia, Samachablo region, IDPs from Abkhazia, you see, that's the consequence of the war in 1990s. Again, the war in Abkhazia, the recent one, 2008, August, occupation, practically enhancing extending the territories in Samachablo region, Akhalgori, especially taking over Akhalgori and some other also parts of Svaneti, basically Kodori Gorge. Russian intervention, you see how it works, just symbolism. And also quite contestable issue I'm finishing with, even the Tbilisi civil war of the beginning of 1990s, when the first legally elected president, Sviat Gamsahurdia, was overthrown violently. It's been regarded as the story of also of Russians being interfering into this and their trace. However, still there are question marks and there are questions legitimate if it is the whole story true or not. But still, after seeing the consequences, of course, you can trace the big northern neighbor. Thank you very much. And
Thank you. Well done. Emily, would you like to come up?
No.
Emily was my student until recently, and she's always terrified to do these things, but she always does them. So we need to give her a big round of applause. So Emily Ward was a student at Birmingham City University. She's now a graduate. She researches in security studies and post-Soviet conflict narratives. She has already published in an academic journal, Journal of Global Fault Lines. She has appeared on television talking about war memorials. And she has had field experience in Ukraine, Malta, and Romania, where she studied law enforcement and human security issues. Her talk today is on Imperial Echoes. I really like the title. How historical Russian imperialism shapes contemporary narratives of Ukraine. So thank you very much.
Hello, thank you for having me today. So yes, I'm Emily Ward, and a very nice introduction as well. So what we will be covering today is the imperial foundations, the Soviet legacy and the post-Soviet myths, modern narratives and 2022 invasion, public perceptions, and propaganda, with the key takeaways. I know we're not doing Q&As at the end, but I added it on already. There we go. So, in the 19th century, the Russian Empire undertook a project of aggressive cultural control, known as Russification. This wasn't just about language or administration. It was about rewriting identity. Ukraine was rebranded as Little Russia, a term that implies family closeness, but also permanent inferiority. Ukrainian language, literature, and history were not just discouraged, they were actively censored. Ukrainian schools were closed and converted, publications were banned, and clergy and teachers were pushed to promote Russian-centric worldview. Historian Andreas Kepler describes this relationship as one clear inequality. Russia defined the center. Ukraine was pushed to the margins, viewed not as a nation, but in its own right, but as a regional variation of Russianness. This wasn't a unique colonial tactic, but what's vital to understand is how those politics embedded the idea of Ukraine. That Ukraine had no distinct history or future without Russia. That mindset didn't appear with the fall of the empire. It simply evolved, and it shapes today's narratives about belonging, legacy, and control. Yes. While the last slide shows Russification pushing Ukraine to the margin, this slide asks us to rethink where those margins actually were. Cultural historian Alexander Etkind argues that the Russian Empire was unusual. It colonized itself. Instead of sailing overseas, it turned inwards, creating a vast I can't read my own words. incursion instead of non-Russian regions like Ukraine, a colonial frontier. In practice, that means a permanent cultural hierarchy. Imperial elites in St. Petersburg framed themselves as the civilizing center, while Ukrainians and many other groups were cast as incomplete Russians who needed guidance, conversion, and supervision. Crucially, orthodoxy as the ideological glue, the Tsars portrayed Moscow as the third Rome, suggesting a God-given destiny to absorb and protect Orthodox Slavs. That spiritual storyline gave a moral cover to political domination, blurring faith with expansion. What matters for today's continuity? The internal colonial mindset normalized that belief that controlling Ukraine was not a foreign conquest, but domestic management, simply tidying one's own house. Modern Kremlin rhetoric borrows that logic when Putin calls Ukraine a part of Russia's historical lands. He is updating Etkin's internal frontier for the 21st century. Yes. Moving forward in time, the Soviet era did not abandon imperial logic, it simply rebranded it. Moscow recast Ukraine as a faithful younger brother. That label sounds affectionate, but it implies permanent junior status. Ukraine was praised for its fertile soils and heroic workers, yet decisions still flowed from the center. The darker side of this relationship was deliberate forgetfulness. The Holodomor in 1932 to 1933 famine that killed millions of Ukrainians was erased from official history. Archives were sealed, discussions were punished, and textbooks replaced starvation with record harvests. Silencing trauma kept the brotherly myth intact and discouraged any claim of Soviet policy that could harm Ukraine. Meanwhile, the Great Patriotic War became a spectrum through which all Soviet and later Russian history was viewed. Victory over Nazism provided a moral high ground that allowed the Kremlin to frame itself as an external liberator. When today's Russian media calls for the denazification of Ukraine, it's lifting directly from its wartime script. Historian Serhiy Polehi notes that Soviet victory myths were the glue that bounded the Union, allowing Moscow to portray its dominance as protection rather than occupation. By celebrating shared sacrifice while suppressing Ukrainian suffering, the Soviet state built a memory of a regime that still resonates. In short, the Soviet legacy fused selective amnesia with self-important storytelling. It cemented a hierarchy in which Ukrainian identity was valued only when it echoed Moscow's narratives. And that hierarchy continues to inform how modern Russian justifies intervention today. After the collapse of the USSR in 1991, many expected the all-imperial narratives to fade. But for Russia, the end of the Soviet Union was not just political, it was an emotional, even existential. In 2021, just months before the invasion, Putin published an essay titled On Historical Unity of Russian and Ukrainians. In it, he argues that Ukraine was not a real country, but a mistake created by Bolsheviks and artificially sustained by the West. This wasn't radical thinking, it was intellectual scaffolding for what would follow in 2022. Putin called the collapse of the USSR the greatest geopolitical catastrophe in the 20th century. For him, the disintegration wasn't progress, it was humiliation. And what we see now is a mission to reverse that loss. Reclaiming Ukraine isn't framed as expansion, but as healing historical wounds. In this revisionist view, imperial loss becomes a call to action, just as 19th century Tsars and Soviet leaders viewed Ukraine as a necessary possession. Modern Ukraine casts any Ukrainian independence as an act of betrayal. This shift from Soviet nostalgia to post-Soviet missions marks a key turning point. It shows how history isn't just remembered in Russia, it's strategically rewritten, turning past grievances into justifications for present-day aggression. The rival mission isn't about memory, it's about power. Everything we have discussed so far, Russification, Soviet victory myths, post-Soviet grievances, all converged in the early hours of 24th of February 2022. In his televised address, Putin declared that Russia must demilitarize and denazify Ukraine. Notice the two functions of the phrase. Denazification activates the great patriotic war lens, while demilitarization frames aggressiveness and self-defiance. This message is not an invasion, but liberation. Security scholar Barry Posson describes the strike as a classic preventative war, a strike attacking now to avoid worse balance of power later. Putin echoing Tsarist and Soviet fears, insisting that Russia did not act. If Russia didn't act, NATO missiles would soon appear on his doorstep. Russian state media then collapsed historical distance altogether. Yeah. In 2024, a study finds that nightly news framed news media in 2022 a seamless extension of 1941, casting Russians as heirs to their grandfathers. Heroism views were invited to believe that they were reliving the liberation of Europe from fascism, but this time only maps had changed. The effect is powerful by grafting today's conflict onto yesterday's triumph. Moscow turns a risky war to moral obligation. Ukrainians become Nazis, Russians become liberators, international law, civilian casualties, kidnapping, and those inconvenient details vanish beneath the weight of historical destiny. What we see is the final fusion of the imperial echo with a modern spin, a preventative war rationale wrapped in anti-fascist language broadcast through every screen in Russia at the earliest. All the earlier narratives, Little Russia, Younger Brother, reviving historical lands, are condensed into a single urgent storyline, act now or betray our past. And for those who can't really understand on the screen, there's a quote from Putin saying that they are all heroes, each puts their lives in moral danger, they do it consciously, and they should be treated exactly as heroes. This is special military operation, and just underneath that it says on February 24th, 2022, by decision of the President of Russia Federation, Vladimir Putin, a special military operation, armed forces, was launched on the territory of Ukraine. The goal of this operation is to protect the people who have been subjected to abuse by the Kiev regime for 8 years. Russia uses force to establish peace. And these are billboards that can be purchased by Russian villagers to have on display. And just a little bit further on the picture is like slots where the villagers can put their own boys and men who have gone off to fight as advertisement to show that they're doing something for their country. Okay. So, propaganda toolkit. The modern state doesn't just tell its story, it's engineered how it's received. What we might call its propaganda toolkit is a mix of old school media and cutting edge tech. First television, Lokoman and Lau in 2024 studied how Russian state TV changed its language and tone. Early in the war, coverage was cautious, focusing on protecting Donbass, but within months it shifted into full-blown civilizational crusade, good versus evil, Russia versus the West. It's no longer about defending its borders, it's about saving the soul of its people. Meanwhile, online spaces have been actively manipulated. A 2024 study by Aliva and colleagues revealed that Russia used bot-driven disinformation campaigns across platforms like X or Twitter. Those weren't just trolls, they were coordinated automatic efforts to dominate hashtags, flood conversations, and plant Nazi comparisons. The goal is to control not what people see, but what they think is popular or true. While the information is pumped out, dissent is locked down. Bonifa documents how recent censorship laws criminalized calling the war a war. Independent outlets were shut, journalists arrested, and social media platforms suppressed. It's not just propaganda, it's a narrative monopoly. What's important here is how seamlessly those tools work together. State builds an emotional arc and then bots reinforce it. Censorship, silence alternatives together, they create an environment where the Kremlin story isn't just one version, it's the only version. This is how you turn an imperial project into a national census, not just through persuasion, but through saturation. And on the sign on the back of the TV, which was shown during a news broadcast, it says, "No war, stop the war. Don't believe the propaganda, they are lying to you here." Public perceptions. So what happens to a narrative when it is everywhere? When it dominates the airwaves, the headlines, and the algorithms, and any opposition is pushed to the edge or criminalized? The answer is engineered consent. According to Kizilova and Norris in 2022, survey shows that the majority of Russians express support for the war. But that support doesn't emerge from open debate. It comes from what they describe as a manipulation of the public opinion through state control of communication channels and widespread use of censorship, propaganda, and disinformation. In other words, many people believe the Kremlin story because it's the only one they're allowed to see. And over time, repeated exposure doesn't just inform opinion, it shapes reality. This isn't passive acceptance either. In many communities, public displays of support, like the Z symbol, become social expectations where opposition is dangerous, silence can look like agreement. It is also generational. Older Russians who lived through the Soviet Union may see the narrative not as manipulation, but as a continuity. Russia is again defending its people from fascism, just like in 1941. The emotional weight of history makes the story harder to question. So when we ask, why do so many Russians support the invasion, the answer is not just politics, it's propaganda, memory, censorship, and the fear of all of those rolled into one. What looks like consent is actually constructed loyalty in a controlled media landscape. As we've seen in previous section, this perception is crucial. It doesn't just sustain the war effort, it legitimizes it from within. Dehumanizing the other, one of the most powerful and dangerous tools in Russia's narrative arsenal is dehumanization. We've already seen how Ukraine is cast as a threat to unity or a lost limb of the Russian body, but that alone does not justify the war. For violence and to feel righteous, the enemy must not be wrong, they must be evil. The RAND Corporation's 2025 report by Elena Traeger and many other colleagues on extremist narratives document how the Russian media has portrayed Ukrainians not just as misguided, but as Nazis, traitors, and even subhuman. It states Russia's narratives include claims that Ukraine has been overrun by Nazis and needs to be denazified, ethnic slurs, and using dehumanizing language that seeks to justify further violence. Those labels are not accidental. They draw directly from Stalinist propaganda where dissenters were classed as enemies of the people, opening the door to mass repressions. The same logic applies now once Ukrainians are framed as ideological poison, military force becomes not just acceptable, but morally necessary. The framing also affects how atrocities are perceived. Civilian deaths and war crimes, those are downplayed or denied because the people suffering aren't recognized as innocent. This is why controlling language matters. Call somebody a Nazi and you strip them of empathy. So while tanks and missiles carry out the invasion, this kind of rhetoric violence prepares the ground. It softens public consciousness and legitimizes acts that outside of the narrative bubble would provoke outrage. Dehumanization is not a byproduct of war, it's a precondition, and as history has shown time and time again, once a state begins speaking in those terms, real violence is never far behind. So I've just got 2 more slides. So there's the international echo. It's not just appealing to its own citizens, it's positioning itself on the global stage as the leader of a broader resistance. Just weeks before the invasion, Putin and Xi issued a joint declaration calling their partnership of no limits, stating that there were no forbidden areas of cooperation. This wasn't just diplomatic language, it was a narrative alignment. So the key takeaways. So what can we take away from all of this? First, the imperial myths never disappeared. They just changed shape from the Tsar concept of Little Russia to the Soviet-era brotherhood, to Putin's narrative of historical unity. It's the same basic idea remains that Ukraine is not truly separate. The invasion of 2022 isn't a break from history, it's a continuation of it. Second, those narratives are not harmless background noise. They are actively weaponized through state-controlled media, digital disinformation, and strategic censorship. History is not remembered, it's rewritten and then broadcasted as truth. Third, understanding those stories does not mean excusing them, but it does help us decide the logic that justifies aggression. If we want to counter the future invasions, we must also challenge the myths that make them feel righteous. Because in Russia today, it's not just a war of weapons, it's a war of memory, a war of meaning, and that means scholars, journalists, and historians all have a role to play. There we go.
Oh, well done.
References, and thank you.
Well done, Emma. Okay, can we have the next speaker, please? Rasa, it's you. Okay, let us welcome Rasa Chepaitene from Genocide and Resistance Research Center of Lithuania. She is a historian and the senior advisor at the Genocide and Resistance Research Center. She is also a professor at the European Humanities University. Her expertise includes historical memory, identity politics, and totalitarian legacies in the Baltic region.
Thank you very much. I'm very glad and happy to be here. It's my first trip to Krakow, so I'm very grateful to organizers to invite me here. Since 1655, when Vilnius fell for the first time and the 6-year Muscovite occupation began, marked by incredible cruelty and believed to have broken the Grand Duchy of Lithuania's geopolitical power, the Russian state has posed a threat to Lithuania, occupying it a few times. Lithuania has only managed to restore and maintain its statehood during periods when the Russian Empire has weakened for one reason or another. Today, at the time of open Russian aggression against Ukraine, this historical experience causes concern among the Lithuanian people and motivates them to support Ukrainians defending themselves in any way possible. With Lithuanian-Russian diplomatic relations practically frozen, these historical precedents serve as a warning about the consequences of a potential invasion and as a tool that allows Lithuanian politicians to exploit the threat for domestic purposes, especially against political opponents and critics. To define Russia's influence on Lithuanian politics today more clearly, including politics of history, we must distinguish at least 3 areas of activities. First, direct and open action through hostile Russian propaganda aimed at both the Russian population, shaping a negative image of the Baltic states, and at Lithuania by spreading historical fakes that undermine the national narrative. Second, implicit activities, so-called soft power, such as covert actions through Russian agents or some local liberal intellectuals trying to deconstruct the national narrative. Since we do not know the extent or methods of Russia's interference in Lithuania's internal affairs, we can only speculate about it based on the consequences of certain events, especially concerning so-called memory wars. And third, imagined action, cases in which there are no direct signs or evidence of Russian interference, but which serve as a tool for removing political opponents from the scene by accusing them of collaborating with the Kremlin. This has recently become a widespread practice in the Lithuanian public sphere, creating an atmosphere of hysteria and paranoia. Closely monitoring and analyzing information and messages about Lithuania or the Baltic states in general that appear in the Russian public sphere reveals the first action. Relevant institutions such as analysts from the Lithuanian Armed Forces Strategic Communication Department regularly monitor the Russian public sphere for important cases and trends related to Lithuania, to inform state officials and the public while preventing the spread of false or distorted information. Many of these cases involve historical distortions and lies that especially accuse participants in the anti-Soviet resistance of being Nazis and Holocaust perpetrators. One example is the recently published Russian book, The History of Lithuania. Pay attention on the last глава 15, современная Литва, xenophobia, Russophobia, the contemporary Lithuania, xenophobia, Russophobia, heroization of Nazi criminals and so on and so forth. It's falsification of history, so you can understand what it's about, which presents a distorted interpretation of Lithuanians' past, full of factual errors and deliberate lies. Meanwhile, the alleged actions are mostly reconstructed post factum based on the consequences of public debates on historical issues that take place both within and outside the country. It is worth noting the growing number of memory wars which aim to discredit the Lithuanian state and some of its historical figures on the international stage. This goal has been successfully achieved thus far. This is partly the fault and weakness of Lithuanian politics of history and its implementers, which I will discuss further below. Finally, the third aspect, the imagined hostile actions of Russia is linked to exploiting threats posed by Russia for domestic purposes to achieve various goals, such as discrediting political opponents or participants in social protests in the eyes of the public and silencing critics of the ruling power by accusing them of working for the Kremlin without any evidence. This instills fear and distrust in democratic public policy mechanisms. Recently, there has been a widespread discussion about Laurynas Kasčiūnas' words. Kasčiūnas is the former Minister of Defense and the leader of one of the biggest political parties, the Homeland Union Lithuanian Christian Democrats. In a recent conversation with the well-known singer and influencer and the member of the Lithuanian Riflemen's Union, Gabrielius Liaudanskas Varas, Kasčiūnas said that disloyal citizens would be simply killed. Kasčiūnas also openly threatened a fellow parliamentarian he suspected of working for Russia. The direct involvement of armed, war-ready people, members of a paramilitary Riflemen's Union, in political discussions caused great public concern. However, this escalation of public sentiment was only a logical consequence of the so-called Vatnik hunt that intensified with the start of the war in Ukraine. Even President Gitanas Nausėda got involved, claiming that they were representatives of the fifth column in parliament. The most amusing thing is that such statements are merely a mirror image of what is being done in Russia's public sphere, where the identification and persecution of foreign agents has been ongoing for some time. Now let's return to Russia's history of Lithuania, the introduction of which was written, could you please, the history of Lithuania, the previous slide. The introduction of which was written by Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov. Incidentally, a similar history of Ukraine was published in 2023, and it would be interesting to compare these two books. Darius Kuolys, a well-known public intellectual and former Minister of Education and Culture, wrote about this book. The history of Lithuania, published by Moscow for the Russian-speaking world, is without Lithuanians, without the Lithuanian people. This is nothing new. Such a Lithuania was depicted in the 18th century in Mikhail Lomonosov's work and claimed by Soviet official Mikhail Suslov. What is new is that Moscow's old narrative is now being echoed for the first time in the historical narrative created by the Lithuanian state and presented to Lithuanian children and society by their own government. In the fall of 2022, while the Russian army destroyed Ukrainian cities and killed the inhabitants, the Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania announces new general education programs approved by the Ministry of Education, Science and Sport. In the program, as in the Moscow narrative presented in this book, Lithuanians and the Lithuanian nation are absent as a subject of history. There is the tale of Lithuania, its territory, even that took place there, and the people who live there. There is even mention of the Lithuanian state, but not a word about Lithuanians or the Lithuanian nation. Students are instructed to clarify the concepts of Rusins, Litvaks, Slavs, and even Balts, but the concept of Lithuanians is absent. According to Kuolys, the postmodern denial of truths and manipulation of interpretations in Putinist history of Lithuania are promoted not only by Sergei Lavrov and the Lithuanian Ministry of Education, Science and Sport, but also by Lithuanian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Please show this slide with passports. The ministry recently announced that the Pagonia coat of arms and the Lithuanian coat of arms Vytis are two different symbols, and that Pagonia is not the same as the Lithuanian Vytis. The ministry also allowed Belarusian immigrants in Lithuania to use the symbol on their newly created passports. By doing so, the ministry echoed Moscow's narrative that the ancient state of Lithuania was Slavic and had nothing in common with Lithuanians. Similarly, parallels can be drawn between the open hatred expressed in this book towards the First Republic of the history of Lithuania, towards the First Republic of Lithuania and its founding fathers, and the stubborn refusal of Lithuanian politicians and historians to commemorate President Antanas Smetona, the first president of the Republic of Lithuania. The image of fascist Lithuania portrayed in Russian version of Lithuanian history resonates with the fear of Lithuanian politicians and intellectuals who refused to commemorate the anniversary of Smetona last year or erect a monument to him in Vilnius. Thus, in the face of war, the Lithuanian government has embarked on a program of spiritual disarmament rather than the national resistance. There are more and more manifestations of this strange phenomena in Lithuania. That is, a voluntary renunciation of Lithuanian historical subjectivity. I associate this with a desire to uncritically adopt the postulates of the Western cosmopolitical model of politics of history as the expense of the national narrative. This model coincides in the Russian model of politics of history in some respects, which denies the Baltic states the right to their own view of national history and statehood. Thus, at the beginning of their independence, the official historical narrative was that the Baltic states were occupied in 1990, in 1940, annexed by force and integrated into the Soviet Union. There they suffered repression and human rights violations and were forced to fight for their dignity and freedom. The heroic unbroken line of suffering and struggle from the June uprising in 1941 through the post-war partisan movement and unarmed dissidents to the 1990 Independence Declaration by the national movement Sąjūdis helped establish the paradigm of occupation. This paradigm clearly defined the collective we and those who suffer, and as to those who suffered and fought, the victims and heroes, and allows to separate us from them, the foreign occupiers. But today, this narrative is gradually being dismantled and rejected. Russia's war against Ukraine has a serious impact on Lithuanian historical politics. In response, the desovietization law was passed in 2023 to target the remnants of the Soviet symbolic landscapes. Since the most significant Soviet ideological and propaganda symbols were removed in the 90s, however, the Commission implementing the law now primarily focuses on removing monuments and toponyms commemorating Lithuanian cultural figures who served the Soviet regime during this period. This shift highlights local traitors and collaborators of the occupation regimes, such as Nazi and Soviet, rather than foreign perpetrators and our victims and or heroes. Additionally, the expanded concept of collaboration includes the post-Stalinist works of Lithuanian writers and poets who paid tribute to the ideological requirements of the time, such as the case of famous poet Justinas Marcinkevičius, and as you can see here. Thus, the narrative of liberation that characterized the first decade of independence, this paradigm of occupation, has given way to a rapid shift towards hunting down local traitors, apparently as a preventive measure in the event of a new Russian occupation, which is dividing and polarizing society. And the paradox of Lithuanian current politics of history is that it has long maintained an uncompromising anti-Soviet narrative, and with the outbreak of the war in Ukraine, this narrative has been supplemented by fierce anti-Putin and anti-Russian rhetoric. However, it is overlooked that Lithuania is the only Baltic country that has not completed the illustration process. Secret KGB agents remain classified for 75 years. This opens the door to endless speculations, accusations, and cancel culture against political opponents and constant distrust. It also leads to the division of society into us, patriots, and them, potential or real traitors, batniks. However, the most important political parties strongly reject any attempts to expose those KGB agents, apparently because they have something to hide. This lack of transparency raises legitimate questions and suspicions about how much influence Russia might actually have on Lithuania's political establishment. The next one. The next one. Yeah. In the absence of respectful dialogue between political opponents, it can be concluded that the politics of history in Lithuania becomes an integral part of manipulating public opinion. It can lead to division and ideological confrontation, even among experts, including professional historians, which is dangerous in the current geopolitical situation. Discussions about KGB secret collaborators, the involvement of some Lithuanians into the Holocaust crimes, and the collaboration with the Soviets in Lithuania have become so toxic topics that it seems impossible to find a rational solution or compromise. Russia and various local political adventurers exploit this, increasing their popularity by manipulating the public's desire for truths and historical justice. When discussing the growing attention to sensitive historical topics such as the Holocaust, anti-Soviet resistance, and the circumstances surrounding the creation of the national movement Sąjūdis, and the increasing number of memory wars, it is necessary to consider the broader context. Could you please pass to the second slide, specifically considering the increasingly active use in Russian propaganda to portray the Baltic states and Lithuania as pro-Nazi, which could become a pretext for the denazification, following the example of Ukraine. However, the growing emphasis on certain historical themes and conflicts in Lithuanian public political communication may also divert attention from current socio-economic problems or crises. Lithuanian politicians sometimes lack the competence, adequate measures, and ultimately the political will to resolve the issues. I almost finished. The next one. So, in summary, the brief discussion on the most sensitive problematic points in Lithuanian politics of history shows that it remains inconsistent, contradictory, hypocritical, and manipulative in the face of the potential escalation of the war in Ukraine. It politically exaggerates and actively exploits certain historical narratives or figures, while avoiding others, inconvenient questions, especially those concerning the links between some influential Lithuanian politicians and the KGB, their work in the Communist Party, and so on. This includes President Dalia Grybauskaitė, whose biography contains unclear episodes under current president Gitanas Nausėda, who joined the Lithuanian Communist Party during the formation of national movement Sąjūdis. So Lithuanian society deserves an honest and open confrontation with its past, and no matter how uncomfortable or difficult it may be to our political elite. However, with the political elite still having something to hide and voices of protest and criticism increasingly marginalized and silenced, such sincere dialogue is not expected, at least for the time being. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. I have to say I particularly enjoyed this last one because for me, if an academic is unable or unwilling to be critical of their own state, they're not worth the title academic, and I think that's brilliant. We're not propagandists, we are inquisitive. Okay, so I don't know what you want. Shall we have some questions? Yeah, so we have a few minutes for questions. Yes.
Very briefly, may I? What does it mean Lithuanian foreign policy is losing its subjectivity? It's a statement, it's a reality.
My opinion.
It's opinion. But from the point of view of international relations theory, it's really.
I think so, based on some facts, some tendencies, as I can see in our public space.
So from the point of view of support of the inhabitants to the current political elite,
I mean our political elites trying to correspond to some narratives coming from other countries, bigger countries such Poland, such Germany, such United States, but not to correspond to local national interests.
it would be issue for the debate.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Gilad?
I have a question for Hannah. Hannah, within the presentation, which I found wonderful and very, very interesting, my question to you, if you could mention, what was the role of the Second Chechnya War from 1999 until 2009 in that consolidation of that sort of Putinist sort of grab of power, which we see in that trajectory of those three slides, 2012, then 14, then 16. Did Chechnya play any role in there?
Thank you for your really very interesting question and perspective. Perhaps I can say that I didn't thought and didn't analyze these changes in this way, and it's really a great thing of thinking. I think you are really right of looking at this consolidation. I need to say that this is a topic that I just started to investigate, so I'm really thankful for your advice. The thing that I didn't mention, and perhaps it will be also interesting to the audience, that just even not practically a month ago, just May 2025, there was in Petersburg National Legal Forum, and a person whose name is Alexander Bastrykin. He is a chairman of the Investigative Committee of Russia. He just proposed and said that the national idea based on traditional values should be enshrined in the constitution. And it's really very, very impressive and interesting, just like what I was just speaking and preparing for this for our conference and inventing the topic. This was not an issue on this top level. And I think this is really a promising topic to investigate. A lot of is happening in Russia, a lot of changing, and in fact, the articulation of this need to put in the constitution after the last amendments of 2020, another bunch of other issues. And among these traditional values, Bastrykin said they should include life, destiny, human rights, freedoms, It's interesting, yeah. Patriotism, one more time, patriotism is here. Citizenship, service to fatherland, and responsibility for its fate, high moral ideas, a strong family, and a number of other categories. So everything is in line, and thank you one more time for your really brilliant idea, perspective. I will really go this way too. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think Mark was next.
Yes.
But, okay, yeah, you?
Yes, thank you. Very interesting paper, so congratulations. I just wanted to ask Tunç on this issue of the third Rome, which is very, very well known, and kind of we all struggle with it through our lives. And I would just be interested if you could focus a little bit more on how you understand the geopolitics of this idea. And if I can just specify the question, let me just suggest if the third Rome is correlated with some sort of imperial notion, that is, we see it sort of politically in terms of Russia as a great power. Okay, is it an empire that is? I mean, what are the dimensions of the empire? In other words, is it a just to speak the language of contemporary kind of international relations, is Third Rome, does that link up with notions of regional hegemony? Sort of thing that I was talking about yesterday, civilizations, but there are lots of civilizations, or, and this always seems to be a tension in the Third Rome, is it really literally global? At some kind of very deep cerebral level, is it really some sort of global? The way that we actually saw with the early Bolsheviks, I mean, this idea of international, but we could see they really had there was a globalist. So how do you understand, or is it something that can go either way? I mean, is it a Putinist concept in the sense that you can interpret it, and that's maybe the whole use of it, is precisely this sort of, it's a держава which has flexible extent. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. It's a very good question. I had to make that clear. Of course, the Soviet Union, the mission, let's say the secular kind of messianism that the Soviet Union as the liberators of other countries. Of course, Putin's geopolitical, if you like, strategy is the multipolarity or multi-civilizational and all that. So it's part of this multipolar world, and to carve his own path, yeah, because when the Soviet Union collapsed, for the first time in its history, Russia became a so-called nation state. So what Putin is trying to do is reclaim, another kind of universalist, if you will, civilizational, I say. Now, it's not. I don't think it is global. Its reach is not global, but it is. Maybe it's to do with the reclaiming its more post-Soviet space as a strategy. I'm not sure whether I'm making any sense here, but I think there is I'll take your comment on board, and I have to expand and clarify that, so the grand strategy. But as a political scientist, what really interests me, as an IR person as well, that I'm more kind of comparing different exceptionalisms, like Erdogan's and Putin's and others, So, and I call these two guys, Erdogan and Putin, great shapeshifters. How they shift their discourse all the time. There's no coherent, actually, idea. We know that, definition of ideology is coherent set of, but there's no coherence. It's much more kind of, how can I say, manipulative, shape-shifting way. This is what I was trying to get at, but I understand your question. I should have made that clear. Maybe I should work on it a bit more. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, it works. Thanks. I have comments which in the end might turn into a question to the first two presentations, to Tunç and Hannah. So I try to be as short and concise as possible. So you both started with the 1999 manifesto, which is my favorite document, and you showed that Putin's ideology is still in the making or acquiring different layers, so to say. I think there is an another argument which does not contradict to yours, but a different approach written by Fabian Linde in an article, who argues that the civilizational term which came in 2012, when this term was coined at Государство, civilizacja, it did not mean a fundamental shift from the 1999 manifesto, because the statist core has remained, and I think I can agree with that, and I think it's very important. It's государство dash civilizacja, not cywilizacyjne государство, not государственная cywilizacja. And my impression is, and it is related to the previous papers yesterday, that Professor Bastin's papers and Professor Nozok's papers, that is it possible, maybe it's a kind of suggestion, is it feasible to look at this addition, civilizacja, to the state as a kind of subordinate or additional element, which is an umbrella term, and which somehow embraces, or into which all other things can be squeezed into? I mean, the religious aspect, the Third Rome. You mentioned, of course, it's very important, the symphony between the state and the church. For example, Eurasianism. However, they are closely linked to, or are the emanation of a statist approach, Eurasianism being the geopolitical element of it. So it is a comment and a kind of question, maybe for further discussion, but if you want to react, yes.
I don't know. It is very difficult to sort of demarcate, if you like, the different stages, you know. Of course, there was this element of manifest destiny and messianism in Putin's development, but it has become more and more pronounced to justify Russia's actions. You know, so just the convenience of analysis, I divided them into different periods. Yes, Eurasianism, you have, you know, the different schools in Russian international relations. Pan-Slavism blends in with Eurasianism, blends in with messianism, and I actually call this, I'm not sure whether it's a useful term, like cluster ideology, if you like. So how he kind of, as I said, discursive strategy, you know, within different contexts.
Clustered around the idea of the state.
Absolutely, yes, state, to do with Russia's specific history. I mean, there are actually interesting similarities with the Turkish Ottoman Empire, the state and religion. Erdogan, I mean, I'm working on Erdogan's and Putin's comparative type of, it's not relevant to this conference, but it's very similar. The Byzantine tradition, the state and religion tradition also influenced, you know, we didn't really move away from Byzantine Empire. Ottoman Empire actually inherited some Byzantine institutions. There are some historians, Turkey say, no, there's no break. Ottoman Empire is the continuation in different disguise of the Byzantine Empire. This is exactly the root of, in Eurasian space, the symbiotic relationship between state and religion. We don't have that in Europe. Okay, thank you.
If I still can get this, we shouldn't look for coherence, not even for evolution, because this would mean that, you know, successive steps, we are moving around in circles. They are just opportunistic forms of legitimating whichever state is there. Just one thing about the Turkish example. What struck me at some point in the evolution of Erdogan and his regime was to find out that many people I had known in Istanbul in Turkey, Istanbul, Ankara in Turkey, having liberal Western worldviews and you know, partisanships, have very nicely managed to fit into the new Erdogan order, and Turkish colleagues explained that to me. It was not that there was a metanoia, a sudden illumination of some of these guys who discovered the true Islamic religion and faith and so forth. They were after money and power and all that. So it's very hard to find evolutions necessary developments and things like that. It's just opportunistic moments that, you know, belong to the same sphere of inventions in a way. Basically, Eurasianism, for instance, the way I read it and the way I learned to read it from Mark, has very little to do with anything but with something that I call, on nation-state levels, ethnic ontology. That is the imagination of a world in which the nation has a certain time of its own, idiosyncratic, a space of its own. It's not territory, it's space. And from this point of view, it's just the being, you know, the Dasein that matters. They're the contours, the borders, they have to be negotiated. That's not important. So they are moving around, you know. Imagine that at the core of the Eurasianist discipline, you had very flabbergasting distinctions, for instance, that justify the fact that you can exclude, and you should exclude, Western Slavic nations, starting with the Poles, but you include the Ingushetians, everybody else, who normally, linguistically, culturally, ethnically, have absolutely nothing to do with the main titular nation of Eurasianism. So flexibility, I think, would be the word to remember in this. So thank you. I just abused my...
No, it was a really precious contribution.
Can I just intervene for a second, because I'm kind of pitching on Mark's and Tung's point. I think it is a regional story, but Putin needs a new global story to play that. You can't have an equality of nations at the UN with this new story that Putin wants, or Erdogan for that matter, wants to play. If you want to play the regional imperialist story, you're going to need to change the global system. And that's where Carl Schmitt comes in, because that Großraumordnung is exactly that point. I'll give you another paradigm for the global system into which your regional, whatever call you want to call it, be it Putinism in that or Erdoganism in that, can then fit in. It can't fit into the current system as it is.
Thank you. Of course, we are deeply in the debate on the content. So starting from this concept of ideology and all notions, and so vocabulary is so rich.
But excuse me, before you asked your question, Hannah needs to respond. She hasn't responded yet.
I'm sorry. And I stole her phone. I received the microphone.
In fact,
it was stronger than...
In fact, it was
you can go after.
It was quite a quick response, and this increasing stressing of the importance of the national idea that I tried to show from originating from 1999, it really fits in this bigger concept of nation civilization. Absolutely, it's. I like this also concept because it's quite neutral. In this concept, in this umbrella term, we can put really a lot of different things, not only national ideas, values, traditional values, and so on and so forth. Also, thank you very much for your contribution. It's really, for me, it was really a very nice experience, and thank you for your ideas. I really will use them in my future work.
Thank you. Now let's have the last.
Yeah, really very briefly. So as I started, we are deeply in the debate on the content. Ideology, what does it mean? So very briefly, but another important aspect, factor in the game is, of course, how to do it. So instruments, strategies, and mobilization and extreme mobilization in the Russian society in this moment, and classical tools, how to do it, are another factor which is necessary to underline. That's the second aspect. And a clever remark that revolution as the concept is missing in this moment, but we don't concentrate on the aspect of a war and willingness to prepare the war and to realize the war. So we are not expert in the military, etc. So from the point of view, that's quite clear why it's a little bit missed in our debate. But such factor is maybe more not interesting but important than only our debates concerning the content, which is, of course, incoherent, etc., etc. But what's the problem? So because we are able to realize it. So, thank you.
Thank you. Tunç wants to respond to that.
Respond to your comment. I know it was just pitch, but this current system. You know, I actually my Gramscian, you know, the famous cliche is most often quoted is that the old is dying, the new cannot be born, and there will be morbid symptoms. The disintegration of the Westphalian system, Westphalian system. Yes, you talked about international law, Eurocentric. Completely, nobody cares about international law anymore. Israel doesn't care, Turkey doesn't care, and so I think it is a bit, for me,
Britain
a bit absurd to talk about system at the moment. Right.
Okay, so we're going to take a little coffee break now, and we'll back. Is it 11:30? For the next panel, which includes me. Thank you to the speakers. Great, fantastic.
with Mr. Rajendra Singh Thakur from Goethe University, Frankfurt, and Kailash Chandra Talabehera, Energy Forum from New Delhi. The title of the presentation is Use of History and Energy as Propaganda Tools, and I should have some also biographical, notes, maybe. Can't find them, but yes, just very quickly, but Major General Dr. Rajendra Singh Thakur is a retired Indian Army officer and military historian. He earned a PhD in UN involvement in Kashmir and currently pursues postdoctoral work at Goethe University on German responses to the 1857 Indian Revolt. He lectures internationally and publishes on gender and war, memory and military studies. The floor is yours.
Dzień dobry. Za następne 20 minut ja i Kailash będziemy mówić o użyciu historii i energii jako narzędzie dla rosyjskiego imperializmu. I will talk about history, and Kailash will talk about use of energy as a tool by Russia for expanding their imperialistic designs. In the last 2 months, I have carried out, I have got 108 examples of manipulation of history by Russia in the post-Soviet space. I will start with the two most, I would say, outstanding examples. Firstly is the Katyn massacre. We are all aware 22,000 people from Poland were executed by the Russian NKVD, which ultimately gave birth to KGB. And we have heard about the NKVD from Professor Radel yesterday. And initially, Russia tried to distort history and put the blame on Germany, saying that this massacre took place not in May 1940, but in August 1941, when Germany was invading Poland. However, when the forensic examination of the skeletons or the bones was done, it was proved beyond doubt that this massacre took place in May 1940. But even then, Russia, Soviet Union, did not accept this historical fact, because then it punctures the image of Russia as a great power, and it would have showed that Russia was actually not a great power, is not an actual great power, but an evil power. So this is the first example of manipulation of history. We come to the second example, which is even more interesting, is the Russian Soviet Union's military debacle in Afghanistan. We are all aware they invaded Afghanistan as a part of their imperialistic design in 1979. And after fighting bloody war for 10 years, the Soviet army lost 25,000 soldiers dead and another 50,000 soldiers wounded. And it was a debacle. They had to withdraw from Afghanistan in 1989. And historians are also of the view that this debacle in Afghanistan was one of the contributing reason for the disintegration of Soviet Union 2 years later. But now look at the way the contemporary Russian historiography portrays this war. It says that this was a noble mission by Russia in Afghanistan. However, unfortunately, it failed because of geopolitical sabotage by the West. Another example of manipulation of history by Russia. I would also like to highlight here that the Soviet story in Afghanistan is a clear indication that the Soviet army is not invincible. It can be defeated. With this as a quick introduction, this is the, you can have a look at this slide. with this as the short introduction, I will cover my presentation. We will cover our presentation, 4 parts. First part, use of history as a tool for propaganda and as a tool for expansionist design by Russia. Then just a word on what strategy, if that is what Russia is doing, then what should be the strategy at the international level to counter this? Use of energy as a tool for Russian imperialism by Kailash, and the last part will be use of how to counter the use of energy as a pressure tactics. Part 1. As I said, 108 examples too I have covered. I cannot cover all of them, but in this part I will cover 4 examples. And the first one is the reshaping of Russian identity. This has been, I would say, Professor Basin has covered it yesterday in such an interesting manner. Hannah mentioned about it today. But I would just like to add that, I would just like to add that like a good dictator, Putin realizes that if he has to carry this, his agenda forward, then he has to mobilize his own people, and this is the Russian mindset that he has been trying to change in the last 10 years through various organs of his government, whether it is in the history books, in the schools, or whether it is the state-controlled media. That the Russia is not a nation state, it is a civilization. Russia is an imperial polity. And the entire focus of this historiography, or the entire focus of the manipulation of history, is towards this singular aim, to change the Russian identity. And well, I would just like to add my personal thought on this. I think this is, if someone had to write a book on a guide for a good dictator, or dictators around the world, or dictators through the epochs or through the eras, this is what they do. They just they know it very well that if they can change the mindset of their people through state-controlled propaganda, through other means, and get them more patriotic, get them feel good about themselves, about their past, they can carry on for whatever time they think that they want to survive. The second point is about Russian hyper-nationalism. This again, in the Russian historiography, in the Russian media, social media, Russian history books, the central aim is that, oh, Russia and Soviet Union, what a great power we were, and it's full of jingoism. All the military commanders who have carried the territories of Soviet Union into other countries, their memories are being revived by the means of statues or by other means. The last 2 examples is the article by no less than the president of Russia, Putin, about historical unity among the Russians and Ukrainians. This is the article, gentlemen. I just got a printout. I visited their official website. It's an 18 pages article. This article does not have any reference. This article does not have any citation. I would say, if I'm not as good a historian, I'm a military man, but I find this is not a scholarly piece of work. If president of a country has to write an article, I'm sure he does not have to do the homework. He can tell his people around to write, at least have some bibliography if you really want to have credibility of this article. And I wanted to comment on this article on the website itself, but then I realized that the comments are turned off. So firstly, it is not a scholarly article, and secondly, you also do not want a feedback. My last example that I wish to give is the historical fake, I would say, narrative, which was given by no less than the Russian president in 2008 by Medvedev, saying that the Georgians were carrying out genocide against the South Ossetian civil population. I think Khatuna is here, and we all know who did the genocide. And in fact, there was an investigative report, and finally the truth came out that only 162 people had died. So these are the examples which to my mind, to me, it validated the systematic and synergized use of history as a tool for Russia, especially in last 10 years, to further its imperialistic design. How much time I have? Okay.
Two minutes.
Yeah, so now I just quickly cover, because I don't want to. Yeah. Strategy, what can be done if this is what Russia is doing? What can be done to counter these efforts by Russia? I would say that we need to strengthen international historical narratives. I would quote the book by E.H. Carr, who says that the better form of history is the one which is not with a patriotic narrative or a bias, but one which is international. So I think more focus needs to be given. I'm sure it is already being given, but I just thought I'll reiterate that more focus towards strengthening international historical narrative. How can we do it? By three ways. Let's support international research and peer-reviewed academic journals, international journals, academic institutions to come out with basic historical facts like World War II or Soviet repression or Katyn massacre, Afghanistan war. So that is one way of doing it. This book, which is there, Different Shades of the Past. I'm pleased to highlight this book, which has been published by this university itself. So this is an important step, can be done. Use of international bodies to give out their stand on various global events as to what. Otherwise, in today's world, we don't know what how many casualties, who did the genocide, how many people died. These are the facts that are getting obliterated. And my last point is have international historical commissions. Let historians from different parts of the world come together and give their reports or give their joint statements on various historical. Here I would like to, there is a book, The Second Homeland, Polish Refugees in India. This is, I would say, a good example of an historian from another country. This Anuradha Bhattacharjee, she is the author of the book. She's based in London. She has given out in a very clear-cut detail the atrocities that were done by the Soviet Union during the Second World War. So such kind of efforts can be undertaken. And then there are other ways. Last point I want to highlight is why not fund a Russian language social media platform which can advise or which can guide the Russian population as to what is the other side of history or what is the real history. I think these things can be done. I was trying to come on the social media and on the YouTube. I didn't find any Polish YouTube platforms. And whereas on the Kremlin, the president of Russia, I saw almost about 1,000 videos. And I think these kind of measures can be taken. And with this, I come to the end of my part. Over to Kailash.
Okay, thank you so much.
Hello everyone, good morning. I'm thankful to the organizers for having me here. I'll now delve on how energy, especially fossil fuel, was used by Russia as a tool to influence, coerce and control narratives in its imperialistic agenda. I'll cover my talk in two parts. Use of energy as a tool by Russian coercion mechanism. Second is strategy to counter use of Russian energy as a pressure tactic. We all know fossil fuels are the main source of global energy. Globally, fossil fuels are very unevenly distributed. Some states have abundant resources, while others have very low or some have no deposits at all. In this sense, Russia is the second largest producer of gas and oil deposits. it is also seen that energy producing nations often control the geopolitical and economic narratives. In this sense, we have seen Russia in past 3 decades had leveraged its fossil fuels deposits to advance its ambitions of imperialism. Now I'll see what strategy Moscow had adopted to exploit its energy resources. Moscow strategized to influence countries using its huge oil and gas resources. The strategy adopted were adopt an oil pricing policy based on subsidy, subsequently a threat to price hike. Second is that to restrict, reduce, and to stop sometimes oil supply on delayed payments or even otherwise also. Third is that allow accumulation of bills and then give debts to seek concession in lieu of bill payments. Fourth that they have adopted is that to acquire energy assets through various means. And lastly, they have also garnered support, political support for from oil-dependent nations. There are many cases how they have controlled the narratives. Many instances were there. I'll narrate or I'll discuss with a few examples. Though there are very many instances of how Russia used fossil fuel to control narratives towards its aim, first case I will discuss is Lithuania. In 1990, Russia suddenly stopped oil supplies to Lithuania when the later became first independent republic, breaking away from Soviet Union. Oil supply was resumed by Russia only after 3 months when Lithuania agreed to political negotiations. In another instance of Lithuania, in 2006, Lithuania sold its oil company Mažeikių oil refinery to Polish oil company PKN Orlen, but Russia wanted it to be for its own firm, Transneft. Russia retaliated by stopping oil supply to Lithuania, giving excuse that the supply stopped due to slippage at the Druzhba pipeline. However, Lithuania did not accede at all, and they continued to sell its refinery to Polish oil firm. Second case I will discuss is how Belarus was, and it's a bright example. In case of Belarus, the country totally depended on Russian cheap gas since the beginning. It does not have any other alternative source of energy, and so it was vulnerable to Russian tactics. Gazprom, the Russian oil firm, Russian giant, manipulated gas prices, managed its energy needs. Thus, Gazprom in 1993 accumulated bills in respect of Belarus up to $100 million. Then Gazprom reduced supply and restarted only after obtaining political and economic concessions. Belarus, in subsequent years, Russia initiated acquisition of Belarusian energy firm Beltransgas on lease in return for cheap oil and gas for 15 years. Gazprom also continued to put pressure on Belarus by either randomly raising oil prices or reducing supply, which many a time affected the European countries as well. Russia also asked Belarus to become a part of Eurasian Economic Union and support Russia's action against Ukraine. Russia succeeded in forcing Belarus to allow its military base at Babruysk. The other nations also affected were Ukraine. Russia succeeded in getting back its nuclear weapons using gas supply cut as a pressure tactics. In Moldova, with a view to gain support from Moldova on invasion of Ukraine, Russia increased oil prices. Russia also established military base since 1992 using energy as a tool. In case of Czech Republic allowed the deployment of US anti-missile radar system in its territory, Russia suddenly reduced oil supply as a punishment. These are very few examples how Russia used energy as a tool. In fact, as per some scholars, the Crimean annexation is partially attributable to possible fossil fuel deposits in Crimean Peninsula, and as well as also Black Sea domination. Now I'll discuss about the strategy to counter the energy domination. European nations need to adopt a comprehensive multi-pronged strategy to counter the use of energy as a political weapon. So first thing, it can be that diversify energy resources, invest in LNG terminals, secure contracts with alternate source of energy in the sense that the alternate nations like Qatar, USA, and Norway as well. Strengthen regional regional energy cooperation in the sense that cooperate within countries to formulate some kind of mechanism to procure oil for better deals from the companies. Boost renewable energy resources so that dependency can be reduced. Invest in strategic as well as infrastructure, strategic reserves as well as infrastructure. Now I'll discuss how Poland has achieved in reducing dependency, Russian dependency. Poland leadership much earlier realized that excessive dependency on Russian oil and gas will make the country weak. They diversified gas supply routes and established LNG import terminals, constructed Baltic pipeline from Norway. Efforts were also made for energy transition. Poland is the first country, has huge coal resources. They have reduced, in 1999 they used to mine 150 million metric tons. Now in 2022 they are only, it has reduced to 53 million metric tons. So they have a better, improved the carbon footprinting. They increase the renewable energy capacity as well, like wind, solar, and nuclear energy they have improved. So as a result, all these steps have reduced the dependency to nil. Poland has no gas from Russia now. Now I'll request to Dr. Thakur to conclude the session. Thank you.
We have seen in the last 20 minutes how with various examples, how history is being manipulated. I think it's a for us it's been a great validation, and I think what I want to highlight is we need to counter this to happen so that it can be controlled. And the second, Kailash has already brought out how the nations need to diversify their resources or take other means to ensure that this kind of pressure is not put on them. With this, we just, in the end, would like to thank the University of National Education Commission Krakow for giving us a chance to share our thoughts. Also like to thank Professor Jan Riddle. Thank you very much, sir, for giving us an opportunity to come and share our thoughts here. And Dr. Lukasik, thank you very much. And also, want to thank those who are busy recording, Barak and Karol, Natalia. Thank you very much. And thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Next presenter is Ms. Lily Hamurtsiadou. I hope I'm right in my pronunciation, considering my Greek little experience. So, Dr. Lily Hamurtsiadou is a senior lecturer in international relations at Birmingham City University. She's a principal researcher at Iraq Body Count. She specializes in civilian casualties, remote warfare, and human security. She collaborates with NATO and has authored books on the human cost of modern conflict. Lily, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. After all these papers, it's not easy to find something new to say. I will try not to repeat anything that you already know, although I may make references. But I think there will be at least one new thing that I will bring into this conversation, and that is talk of another empire that I'm more familiar with because I live in Britain. So the title of my talk is Russian Imperialism Through a British Prism. So I will talk about imperialism in general, specify something about Russian imperialism, and then see how Britain sees that imperialism, and then finish with a little discussion on who Britain actually is. Okay, so imperialism in general is a system whereby there is a powerful state, often calls itself a nation state, that conquers, controls, and exploits. So that now already we have this juxtaposition between imperialism, which sounds great, you know, the empire, but all these negative things associated with an empire, which is control, exploitation, conquering, often killing people. Often imperialism has nationalist elements in it. We have seen that with Russia. We see that with other imperial powers. It is fed by a nationalism and a sense of nationalist arrogance in order to sustain the empire. And although the empire controls, exploits, conquers and kills, it is celebrated by the nation in question as an accomplishment, and the nation's perhaps greatest accomplishment. There is a famous saying in Britain that the sun never sets on the British Empire. Because the British Empire was so large, there was always somewhere where the sun was rising over the earth that was British. So, in imperialism, we have a country that tries to extend its power, extend its control, its influence. It used to be through actual colonizing. Now it is a little different because we are in the post-colonial world and we don't have colonies anymore, but we still have imperialism. And that imperialism can take many forms. It could be obviously done through military force, but it can be economic imperialism. We have political, and we have cultural. The cultural is really a fairly new way of being imperial, in that powerful nations can now export their culture. They can export their language. They can make their values somebody else's. They can export their films. They can export their theatre, their publications, their coffees, their cappuccinos. So everybody in the world is drinking that coffee and watching that film and is a fan of the same actor, you know, say Tom Cruise, or, often in favor of those rather than their own local, perhaps, stars. And we see that with all sorts of things, with music. I grew up listening to British pop. I never listened to Greek music, ever. That's all that I listened to. And I ate hamburgers, and this conference is done in English, and that gives you a clue about what it is to export your language. And so if anybody wants to be successful in this world, has to speak that language first. Often these imperialisms included looking down on local populations that were conquering. So the imperial power came as a superior force, and the local savages needed to learn the correct ways of being and being in the correct civilization rather than their own, which was not very nice, maybe a bit backward. This was often called the white man's burden, which is very sad that the white man had such burden. Often religion was part of that imperial power. We saw that in the Crusades, of course, but also in the case of Russia, also the Greek one. Religion often played a big role in sustaining that nationalism and spreading it through the empire. And here is just some examples of cultural imperialism and cultural domination, where cultural products of the imperial power invade the third world and conquer the local culture. And is seen as spreading progress to that culture, because the old now can be replaced with a much better new. And it is celebrated as such. What we see in imperialism is a connection to nationalism, of course, and memory, where they all come together, starting with a variety of myths, of course, but the myth of a golden age. So if a state was powerful enough to become an empire or to create an empire, that empire becomes the nation's golden age. It stays in its history as the ultimate accomplishment of that nation, and everybody who belongs to that nation needs to be proud of it and celebrate it. Not think, oh my goodness, we killed all these people and controlled and destroyed. No, it is a sense of pride because it's a golden age. And in order for a nation that was powerful enough to achieve this, to remember in future generations, there are a lot of memorials. There are a lot of memorials around the country to remind everybody who passes generations later that this nation was and is great, even if it's no longer an empire. But it is still great, and you should be very proud and give your life for that nation. We also see that in museums. I have been to so many museums in my life. They're almost about the same thing, really. They celebrate a nation's past accomplishments and its heroes. Which comes to the next bit, which is about heroism. The ancestors, of course, as well especially, they're celebrated as heroes, always. Even if they're conquered, killed, and exploited, they are heroes. Especially if this nation was powerful enough to have a lot of land, take a lot of other people's land. So these are heroes. They did this for our nation to be greater and stronger and bigger. We have these teachings in education, the schools especially, the compulsory education, primary, secondary school, they tend to recreate those narratives, instill them in the children as they're growing up, to have a good starting point in being good citizens and good fans of the nation. Of course, political narratives, and we heard a lot about these, how political narratives actually exacerbate this basic narrative. And then we have a lot of patriotic discourse and memory politics, and they act as a social glue. So through this, the co-nationals, who are strangers to each other actually, they feel like we are one. We are one, we are glued together by this shared past, shared present, and also very important shared future, where the nation still may have a mission, especially if it's a powerful one. So through this process, it is determined what the past is, what it means for the nation, and how it can be used. What it is that needs to be remembered, always, not just now, but always in generations, and what needs to be forgotten. And we come to Russia. Already we've heard quite a lot about Russia. I just want to mention this Article 67(1) that was added to the Russian Constitution in 2020 by Putin, that said basically in order to honor the memory of the defenders of the fatherland and ensure the protection of historical truth, anybody who speaks against basically the historical truth that Russia has decided is the truth, will be out of order. It's not allowed. You're not allowed to question the official Russian past, the official Russian history, because there is only one truth. It is the truth that it is given by the state, and you can't challenge that. His Interdepartmental Commission for Historical Education in 2021 had a task, again, to coordinate state bodies to make sure that history was preserved, to prevent attempts to falsify it, because any disagreement with it is falsification. And it is wrong, it's not allowed. In order, all of this, to uphold national interest. So it is in the good of the nation, actually. So don't think bad of it. It's not oppression or prejudice or anything like that. It's about protecting a national interest. We heard from other speakers how the Great Patriotic War was used in order to not only glue society, but also in a way to justify what is said about what that war was and who the Russians were in that war. And it is very clear, as it's been said already, that there was a dichotomy between the heroes and patriots, which are the Russians, of course, and the Nazis and the fascists, on the other hand, who was anyone really who was an enemy of the Russians. That would include the Ukrainians. This was all done to prepare the nation, really, for war. The call to history was there to legitimize yet another war, to legitimize the violence that would follow and the lives that were going to be lost. So past traumas and past triumphs were shown as happening in real time. So this is happening to us again. So we need to do something again. This is not a new thing. This is all linear. Our history is linear. And what was happening then is happening again. We need to do similar things. For example, the annexation of Crimea in 2014 was seen as a repeat of the Soviet-Nazi battles in Ukraine. And the Russian soldiers were seen as, the Red Army soldiers. And so I will read a passage regarding that specific rerun of what happened from a book I co-wrote last year. On the 24th of August 2014, Russian forces paraded dozens of Ukrainian prisoners of war through the streets of Donetsk. As they trundled past the crowds, some bandaged, some limping, the men were marched past the remains of Ukrainian armored personnel carriers destroyed in the battle and put on display in the city's main Lenin Square. Hundreds of people lined the street to see the soldiers who walked with their heads bowed and their hands behind their backs, flanked by men carrying Kalashnikovs. Kremlin-backed militiamen were bedecked in St. George ribbons, the commemorative symbol of the Soviet victory over Nazism. The highly stylized parade was meant to recreate the forced march of nearly 60,000 German Nazi soldiers through the streets of Moscow in 1944. Some threw bottles at them. Some waved the Russian flag and the red, black, and blue standard of the self-proclaimed Donetsk People's Republic, while others shouted, "Fascists." Street cleaning vehicles moved behind them, spraying water where they had walked, similar to what happened in Moscow in 1944. So this was a live recreation of something that happened in 1944 to show the parallels and similarities of the actors. Russian imperialism is something that we witnessed in the 20th and 21st centuries. We've already heard about Afghanistan. That was one case. More recently, Syria was a good example. The legitimizing killing thousands of people 24,000 civilians were actually recorded by a body called Air Wars as direct killings by Russians. That was justified by saying, well, we are fighting the terrorists in Syria. We're helping the Syrian regime, which is a state, bring peace and order to the country. We've had the example of Chechnya and Dagestan, of course. Again, there are always this legitimate action because we are fighting an insurgency, we are fighting terrorists. It's another war on terror, to use a well-known phrase. It's the Russian war on terror. And of course, Eastern Europe, which I understand one thing when I say Eastern Europe, my students understand another. They say, why are we specifying that it's in the East? And I said, we're not just specifying geographically that it's in the East. We are saying something more political than that. They don't get that because they don't know what Eastern Europe was. And another achievement of Russian imperialism is to create the two Ukraines, the concept of the two Ukraines. One is the Russian-speaking East, which is the nice Ukraine, and then there is the Ukrainian-speaking West, which are seen as fascist nationalists. And through that, a war cult has been created by the Kremlin with its own imperial ambitions. Now, what is the Western perspective, the British NATO perspective? Now, Britain is a very active member of NATO, has been very significant. I think of all the European states, it's been the one that's provided the most aid to Ukraine to fight Russia. So as a NATO member, the position, and this is word for word from a NATO document, it has asserted that Russia has imperial ambition, so that language is used a lot in documents. It's imperial ambition and is a threat. Russia is a threat to NATO. Its war is a war of aggression. Again, aggression features a lot in the language used to talk about what Russia is doing. It doesn't just threaten Ukraine or peace in Europe, but also global security. So it is heightened as a global threat. As a NATO member, and as all NATO members, there is condemnation of Russia's war of aggression. It says that it blatantly violates international law, which we will come back to. It reflects that it wants to establish spheres of influence, as empires do. This is part of imperialism, of course, as we have seen. It has its own political goals that it wants to pursue no matter what, and at whatever cost, also in human life. This war is illegal, unjustifiable, and unprovoked. I was looking at that and I think, are they talking about Iraq? Oh no, it's not Iraq. But I will go to Iraq later in the slides. So it is easy for NATO and for Britain to point the finger at someone else's illegal, unprovoked, and unjustifiable aggression. It says Russia is responsible for the tens of thousands of civilians. It's absolutely factual. This is true. All these abuses and violations of human rights need to be dealt with. So Russia needs to be held accountable, says NATO, and says Britain. Recently, in February 2025, David Lammy, who is the Foreign Secretary, made some comments which were published in newspapers. He said, let's not be fooled by Putin. This is imperialism, and he's dressing it up as pragmatism. And let's not be fooled by that. He says if he wants peace, it means respecting a state's sovereignty, right? This is a sovereign state, and he needs to respect that. He needs to provide security guarantees and stop being like a Tsarist imperialist state. This is the British Foreign Secretary. He also said to Putin, you're a slave-owning mafia boss. So it's interesting, he brings in the slavery into this. For a British person, representing a British state, bringing in slavery is very interesting. And the mafia boss, this is a mafia state, he says. He accused him of running a mafia state, likened him to a slave owner, and said to Russia's representative, "We know who you are." Okay, this is, very masculine energy there. We know who you are. He invoked the legacy of slavery to talk about how Putin basically doesn't respect international law, which is true. So who's Britain then? Who's Britain that stands in judgment of Putin and Russia and all this aggression? Well, Britain itself had a vast empire. I don't know of a bigger empire than the British Empire. And it lasted for a long time, 5 centuries, almost 6. There was a British Empire encompassing 24% of the world's land surface. That's a very big empire. You don't get that big and that powerful without killing a lot of people. And I don't even know how many people they killed over all these centuries. I know they killed a lot of people in India. They ruled over 400 million people, and through that they spread, of course, their civilization. They shaped cultures and economies and political systems. They created new countries. They split up other countries. They divided other countries. So they did what they wanted because they were an imperial power. They were very powerful. They were exploitative, violent, and racist. And I could argue they still are. They looted artifacts from all the parts of the world that they conquered, and they exhibited them, and they still exhibit them in the British Museum. If you go to the British Museum in London, you will see things that they have looted from a number of countries they invaded, including more recently Iraq. They call that the Mesopotamian exhibition, what they looted from Iraq. So the global economic and racial inequalities were produced by the empire, and they continue to this day. There is a legacy of that imperialism in many parts of the world that are still seen as backward and less civilized, probably as a result of being in that empire for such a long time. There is a patriotic history in Britain that instills these imperial values to successive generations, this pride in the empire, certainly no shame attached to it whatsoever. The great men who served Britain are role models to little kids. A lot of kids want to grow up to be soldiers and serve the state. We have the Commonwealth. It's a lovely phrase, isn't it? The Commonwealth. Oh, we're all together and wealthy. We are one. But what all that does is continue that paternalistic influence and a military strength associated with Britain. I wanted to just mention a couple of interventions by Britain in Iran, for example. That was a covert one. We had more overt ones in the Falklands in 1982. Falklands is on the other side of the world, very far from where Britain is. If that is not imperialism, I don't know what it is, to own something far away. And if you go to the National Memorial Arboretum in the Midlands, which is a fantastic place actually, very interesting, there is a memorial. It's in memory of Falkland Islanders Doreen Bonner, Mary Goodwin, Susan Whitley. Okay, they died in 1982. Do you know who killed them? The memorial doesn't say. Britain killed them. They were shelling the island through ships, and the only three civilian victims in the Falklands War, these 3 women were killed by Britain and not by Argentina. It was by British forces. That is not in the memorial at all. It doesn't. You have to really look that up to find out who killed these women. It would appear it was the Argentinians, but it wasn't. This lady in the middle, Mary Goodwin, was 82 years old. She was shelled in her home. There is a Remembrance Day, of course, in Britain about honoring the heroes, all these people who took part in those wars. You can't say that they're not heroes. I had a student walk out of my classroom and I challenged the term hero because he said he was triggered by that language. The Holocaust again, so Russia is not the only state that remembers World War II. Britain, of course, remembers World War II and reminds all of us of World War II very frequently. Of course, we remember the Holocaust, but also the Nazis and how Britain fought the Nazis. The historical memory tells of a moral army with ethical soldiers on ethical missions. And if you were wondering, there are over 100,000 war memorials in the UK. The UK is not a big country. It's fairly small as countries go. 100,000 memorials to remind us of the heroes and the achievements of the British. This one I have there is where I live. It's to the men of Kiel village, who fell gloriously. Because they were glorious, right? There is glory in that, in fighting for this good side. These memorials are everywhere. The red poppy wreaths that you see there, the red poppy is associated with us honoring those heroes. Almost every British person I know has at least one red poppy that they put on their lapel. If you don't wear a red poppy, especially if you're on television and you don't wear the red poppy when you're supposed to be wearing the red poppy, you are heavily criticized, and it's really not allowed not to wear the poppy. British imperialism more recently, I'm referring to the war on terror, we're together with the US, they invaded, and we are talking full scale. We're not talking after 3 years you have a sliver. We're talking in 3 weeks the whole country was in your power. Your soldiers were in every street, shooting whoever dared challenge them. The whole government and army were dismantled and people were in the hands of the invaders. One was in Afghanistan, the second one was in Iraq. These bloody invasions and occupations were given very nice names. Operation Enduring Freedom and Operation Iraqi Freedom. So they invaded a country to free the people. Actually, it was a nice invasion. 31,000 civilians were killed directly, of which I have the pictures of 2 of them. They were killed in the initial invasion, brother and sister, Lina and Mohammed. She was 14 and he was 9. Their parents survived the bombing and gave us years later the pictures of their children to include them in our database. The International Criminal Court issued a report in 2020 about detailed British war crimes in Iraq, not through bombing, but actually men in their custody. And the crimes included murder, torture, rape, cultural and religious humiliation of the local people, who were obviously more backward and savage, and their own religion, clearly. These are from the Aboriginal as well. This is a memorial from Basra in Iraq, where they remember with pride and honor the British men, British soldiers who died in Basra. And here that's a little bit more personal. It's dedicated to a young man, 19 years old, Jamie Hancock, who was also killed in Iraq. And he is described as, not as a war criminal, but as a brave soldier. Okay, so this is how Britain wants to remember these people. What we often see in these narratives is something called ideological fundamentalism, whereby we have a battle in a way between good and evil. You know, these are fundamental differences. There are no similarities at all. One side is definitely good, the other side is definitely evil. And so when it comes to Western democracies, definitely the Western democracy, like Britain, is good. And therefore, when it kills, invades, and exploits, well, but it's a good state. When another country that we have decided is evil does the same things, then we condemn, we say this is aggression, you need to face justice. So once you are a democratic state and you're fighting democratic wars, you're okay. You can do the same things and you're not judged as harshly. And finally, this is my last slide, imperialism in both cases that we see, and I could add more cases actually, I could talk about American imperialism. We see a use of patriotic history, we have the creation of myth between us and what kind of people we are, and them, whoever they may be, and what kind of people they are. We have use of memory politics, patriotic packaging of knowledge and memory and history. But also, on the other hand, we have conquest, control, exploitation, we have killings of civilians, we have war crimes, and we have the use of military force, which often is necessary for an empire to build itself, unfortunately. And thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much for this insightful also presentation. Okay, considering time, but the next presenter is Przemysław Purgacz. From the university already, Academy of Applied Sciences in Ostrowiec Świętokrzyski, Poland. And the title of his presentation is Russia on the War Economy Track, Armament of the Russian Federation, 2022-2025. Okay, the floor is yours, Przemek.
Hello. I have an honor to give a presentation today on a very historic day, and I'm quite surprised that nobody mentioned it. But I believe, I'm sincerely, deeply convinced that today day will be registered in the history, because today Israel attacked Iran, and it is an all-out war because they destroyed headquarters of the General Staff of Iran. So this time the retaliation of the Islamic Republic of Iran unquestionably would not be symbolic or minimal or de-escalatory. No, quite to the contrary. And I think that this day will be, future generations will learn or read about this day in the textbooks of history. And this war is has a huge potential for escalation, unfortunately. And I don't know, maybe future historians in the future will call it the Great Middle Eastern War, or another front of even wider, broader global war. Nonetheless, I think that it's important to say. I try to be as succinct and brief as possible. My presentation is dedicated more to the present day, or in other words, to the present day, the past, and the future altogether. Why to the present day? Because unfortunately and regrettably, Russian imperialism is not a question, issue, a matter of far distant past. It is current, present, and it is thriving very well nowadays. To wage war, you need three things: money, money, and more money. I do not know who the first expressed this thought, actually said these particular words, because in different sources I came across miscellaneous various authors of these words. Some people attribute it to, most often, Napoleon Bonaparte, other to Gian Giacomo Trivulzio, Italian mercenary living in the 15th century. Yet another people attribute it to Raimondo Montecuccoli, a prominent imperial commander during the 30 Years' War in Europe. Irrespective of who indeed, as a first person, said these words, he simply said true. I totally agree with that. No country can wage war, especially long war of attrition, without much, much, much money. That is why I tried to present briefly the the state of Russian economy, let's say, which now is on the war footing. As a matter of fact, the Kremlin switched Russia to war economy mode, turned Russian war economy track quite early, after 3 months of so-called special military operation. It seems to me that at the beginning, Kremlin really hoped that this will be only special military operation, not long war of attrition. The Kremlin hoped that Ukraine, after short, immediate, unanticipated assault, will break apart suddenly and irreversibly. But it turned out that Ukrainian people, Ukrainian nation stood up and fought back quite effectively. Russia, I would like to make one restriction, that just at the beginning of the war, Russia made plenty of miscellaneous economic data secret. It is not revealed to the public. It is concealed from the public eyes and from the eyes of intelligence services of other states. Russia, even before the second Russo-Ukrainian war, was very non-transparent. Therefore, all the data I am giving here are almost always only assessments or estimates, and it is unfortunately inescapable to give it. Nobody has a full picture how the Russian economy really looks like. According to one of major NATO generals, General Christopher Cavoli, commander of the US Armed Forces in Europe, in 2025, the Russian armed forces should receive 1,500 tanks and additional 3,000 armored vehicles of various types, tanks restored, modernized, and produced in total. And this means that despite very serious losses on the battlefield, higher than losses of the Ukrainian side of the war, Russia still is able to continue this war, to wage this war of attrition, at least for the next 2 years. Russian defense spending increased by approximately 42% in 2024 relative to 2023. It is quite substantial increase. This amounts to approximately, roughly $462 billion if we take into account so-called power purchase parity. And if we compare it to the military expenditures or defense spendings of the United States of America, it will turn out that if we take into account power purchase parity, the difference between level of prices in the Russian Federation, the United States of America, Russian military budget is indeed actually smaller than the United States of America military budget, but not so much as it would seem superficially from the exchange rates. Okay. Here we have the diagram presenting to us, depicting to us how Russian military expenditures rose in the last 3 years. I gave for comparison Poland as well. And it is only merely solely estimates. This military budget of the Russian Federation increased from the level of 3.6 relative to GDP, gross domestic product, to the level of 6.7% of GDP. That are official data, but many analysts assert that in truth, in reality, Russia spends even more, and therefore I would even increase it to at least 7%, maybe even 8% of GDP. If we see how Poland increased military expenditures from 2.2% of GDP to 4.1% last year, this year, according to declaration of prominent members of the government of the Republic of Poland, these military spendings in Poland this year will be 4.7% of GDP. Yet, they are still much smaller, even in relation to the GDP than Russia's. And Poland, I know only 2 NATO countries that seriously prepare for war, that seriously increased the military expenditures. First is Poland. Now Poland spends the highest number of has the highest defense spendings vis-à-vis GDP in NATO countries among all states. And the second one is Turkey. Turkey also increased military budget 70%. CIA claims that Turkey's official military spendings or expenditures are much lower than real. So we should also take it into account. And I'll give you the comparison how it looked during the Cold War. This level of military spending of the Russian Federation is still much lower than even at the height of Cold War in 1988. Blue dots are official data of defense budgets of the Soviet Union. Red dots are assessments or estimates of the CIA from the 1980s, 1970s, then classified report. And bear in mind that during the Second World War and during the First World War, Russia spent even, according to some estimates, over 70% of its GDP on war, on military. So we can see that this is still not the level of this level of mobilization as Russia had during major world wars. And for comparison, it is assessed that Ukraine presently has defense spendings or military spendings at the level of 36% of Ukrainian GDP. So proportional burden for Ukrainian economy of this war is substantially, noticeably, measurably, significantly, considerably higher than Russia's. I would like to draw your attention to some words, especially of prominent either German politicians or generals or of officers, director of intelligence services. This is only one of them. There are many. But General Christian Freudig, head of planning and command staff to the German Federal Minister of Defense, said 2 weeks ago, something like that, that the Russians are acquiring far more personnel than they would need to replenish the losses suffered as a result of the war in Ukraine. They are producing surplus munition, which they are putting into storage. So they are preparing for bigger war. According to Zelensky, every month they draft 40 to 50,000 new soldiers. That's quite worrying. And worrying also for Poland and the Baltic states. Here we have output of production of chemicals used or employed, among other things, also for manufacturing, production of explosive in the Russian Federation over the period 2013-2024. It is indirect hint showing us how much Russia more produces artillery shells. We can see in terms of sulfuric acid from 10,300,000 tons to almost 16 million tons. According to some estimates, Russia increased production of artillery shells yearly from 1.1 million a year annually in 2022 to around 2.2 million artillery shells in 2024. We in Poland has a serious challenge with increasing production of artillery ammunition to the level of 150,000 a year. So to give you orientation how much we must catch up. Mobilization of the Russian military industry complex, the Kremlin generously handed out various subsidies to compel, to force, to rush Russian military industry and firms to increase arms production or to substitute imports of different various miscellaneous subassemblies, parts, components. Before 2014, during this relatively short period of detente between Moscow and the West, of warming relations, Russia took advantage of this period and imported quite significant amounts of different engines, subcomponents, components, parts used for production of military vehicles, aircraft, and many other military equipment. They imported these subcomponents from the West. After 2014, the West and Ukraine for the first time began to introduce sanctions, including embargoes of exports of also dual-purpose goods. This sanction policy was even widened in terms of its scope and range after 2022. And bear in mind that Ukraine, as the former member of the Soviet Union, also was very intensively and heavily interconnected, bound to Soviet military industry. Before 2014, Russia used to import vast amounts of engines produced, for instance, by Zoria Mashprojekt factory in Mykolaiv, in southern Ukraine, turbofan helicopter engines or turbo shaft engines produced by Motor Siege factory in Zaporizhzhia in southern Ukraine. Also Pivdenmash factory, later called Yuzhmash in Dnipropetrovsk, today's Dnipro, used to produce ballistic missiles for the Soviet Union. And now all this stopped. And as a matter of fact, especially aerospace industry of the Russian Federation was hit very much by this interruption of supplies from the West and from Ukraine. Russia has, for instance, only one example, big problems with substituting and producing mid-power modern turboshaft engines for helicopters. Therefore, Russian military helicopters, Kamov, Ka-60, Ka-62, Ansat, are inoperable. This project cannot progress, developed in a good tempo, let's say. Although Russia in many cases still manages to circumvent these harmful, painful sanctions by importing dual-use goods, usually through states of the Central Asia, via Turkey, via China, via Armenia, Azerbaijan, Georgia. In my opinion, it is possible only in short term, because it is quite a complicated process, rich, expensive process, let's say. In the long term, in the long run, Russia simply needs to make itself independent on imports of such parts and components. Selected cases of Russian increase in military output. Russia considerably increased drone manufacturing. Russia intends to produce around 2 million first-person view drones this year and 30,000 long-range drones and 30,000 additional decoy drones. Russia rose yearly artillery shells production, basically doubled it, I mentioned it. And Moscow, what is very important, increases defense cooperation, collaboration with the Islamic Republic of Iran and North Korea. For instance, thanks to Iranian technology, Russia erected from scratch, set up a new drone factory in Yelabuga, basically in Central European part of Russia, east of Kazan, west of Nabierzhny Chelny. And these drones, Shahid 131, Shahid 136, Russia produces on its own. In Russia it's called Geraň 1 and Geraň 2 respectively. Okay. Examples of Russian and North Korean military industry cooperation. Massive imports of North Korean ballistic, short-range ballistic missiles, KN-23, according to some sources also KN-24. The North Korean name for it is Hwasong-11A and Hwasong-11G. Massive imports of North Korean artillery shells. Before 2022, North Korea amassed, gathered huge, colossal stockpiles of artillery ammunition for war with South Korea. But Putin somehow managed Kim Jong-un to sell, to buy these munitions from him. According to some analysis, till April of this year, Russia imported 4 million artillery shells from North Korea. We can see, we can infer from that so-called Kring states, Kring, that's an acronym for China, Russia, Iran, North Korea. They are intensifying their bonds, their collaboration, cooperation in many matters, also including military industry. Also, a lot of rackets to BM-21 Grad rocket artillery systems are imported from North Korea. Chief of Ukrainian Military Intelligence Service, Budanov, declared basically 3 days ago that Russia had reached an agreement, struck a deal to begin manufacturing of Shahid 136 strike drones, also called loitering munition or UAVs or kamikaze drones, on North Korean territory. So the second Yelabuga factory, drone factory, is being now created from scratch, but in North Korea. We can see how these states are collaborating, cooperating. Okay, and I wanted to show it to you because observing Russian policy in the longer period of time, I can see one thing. There's a clear correlation between the level of oil prices and the, let's say, bellicosity, belligerence, aggressiveness of Russian foreign and security policy. Just before Russia attacked Georgia in August 28, Brent crude oil prices hit the record high level of $147 per barrel. These levels, I suppose, soon will be reached or even move higher because of this new war, unfortunately, that today broke out. Here we have 2014, and the beginning of 2014, the prices of just before annexation of Crimean Peninsula of oil was also quite high. In the end of 2021, in the beginning of 2022, the prices of oil on the world global market was also high. So we can see if the prices of oil are high, Russia has a huge, giant export revenues and budget revenues. And I told you, I showed you at the first slide, in order to wage a war, you need money, money, and money. Western countries do not have much money because Italy has its level of national debt above 132% vis-à-vis GDP. The United States of America above 120%. The United Kingdom, France above 110%. The only one big Western economy that still has this level of national debt relative to GDP at relatively low level is Germany, approximately 70%. Okay, my conclusions, I'm coming to the end. Russia has switched its economy to wartime mode, though the military expenditures are still far from levels reached at the height of Cold War period, let alone World War I or World War II. The Russian Federation is unambiguously, clearly, and unequivocally preparing for waging bigger, wider, more serious war in the future. And I am afraid that it will be a war with some NATO eastern flank states, like the Baltic states. I think that they are going to test NATO and Poland as well. The progressing, developing militarization of Russian economy will have a deleterious impact on the development of Russian economy in the long run. Okay, I do not have time to say more about that. Russian aggression against one or more eastern flank of NATO states before 2030, in my humble opinion, my conviction, is quite likely, quite probably. So I think, to be sincere, I believe that it will happen after Trump ends his presidency. So we, Poland, we have at most 4 years, in my opinion, to prepare for that scenario. And let me say, as saying, hope for the best, but prepare for the worst. Of course, much depends on the oil prices in the world market, but skyrocketing skyrocketing rise in the prices of oil because of the developments and escalation in the Middle East. And to sum it up, the chief of the general staff of the Polish army, Polish armed forces, said, in my opinion, quite accurately, whether and when war breaks out is, in a sense, up to us. It depends on us. Attacking a state that is well prepared to defend itself, whose population will stand up and fight back, is a huge risk. Aggression always feeds on weaknesses. And I think if we, civis pacem parabellum, if we want to prevent the war in Poland, we should be ready to have a burden, economic burden of, in the form of vast increase in the level of taxes and military expenditures. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for outstanding presentation indeed as well. And the next presenter is one of our hosts, Przemysław Łukasik, representing the University of the National Education Commission in Krakow. And the title of his presentation is Russian Imperialism in the Eyes of Italian Academic Youth, Perceptions, Fears, and Narrative Changes After the Invasion of Ukraine. The floor is yours, Przemek.
Thank you very much for this introduction. I'm very pleased to share with you the findings of a recent study conducted among Italian students during my research stay in Lombardy. The questionnaire research, the Russian-Ukrainian War, and the Russian-Ukrainian War as a crisis situation from a European perspective. This questionnaire research was earlier conducted among Polish and among Georgian students, yes, and the findings were presented during our recent conference in November last year, and now it's time for Italy. The topic at hand, Russian imperialism and its perception among academic youth, has gained sharp relevance since the invasion of Ukraine. But more than the war itself, this research explores how memory, how identity, how political identity and history interact in shaping current European response to this conflict. Yes, and on the second slide you can see photos from our previous editions of our conferences, which are the part of the research project History as an Instrument of the Contemporary International Conflicts. You can see posters, and also you can see covers of the post-conference publication. During conclusions, I will refer also to this project and also present the plans for our post-conference publication. So let's back to the questionnaire research. This questionnaire research was composed of 27 closed-form questions. Idea was to ask precise question and to get precise answer. That's why I decided to choose questionnaire research, closed-form questionnaire research as a best tool. Initial idea was to conduct this questionnaire research in many European countries, but it turned out it was too difficult, and yes, finally we are just conducted this research in 3 countries. So students answering to these questions had to create kind of a ranking of answers from the least accurate, least popular, to the most accurate, most popular. This questionnaire research was designed to explore following areas. So historical knowledge, impact of history, impact of history, the role of history, the role of state in relation to history, crisis situation, and their effects, impact of the war on the situation in country, the image of Russia, and war as a crisis situation. About respondent group, my study involved over 200 Italian students, primarily in the fields of international relations, international law, political science. Most students were aged between 18 and 26 years old, with an average of 22 years. A demographic that is both shaped by and shaping the future of the European discourse. This, as I mentioned earlier, this research was conducted during my research stay at the turn of March and April. So let's go to the findings of this research, and let's begin with historical literacy. Majority of the respondents, about 65%, describe their historical knowledge as a good, and 25% rank it as a average. Primary source of this historical knowledge is, according to these respondents' answers, is school education, followed distantly by the digital and oral sources. What is maybe surprising is the mistrust toward the social media, with 35% of the respondents ranking it lowest in reliability. When asked what role history should play, students overwhelmingly supported two ideas. History first should teach critical and analytical thinking, and the second, it should serve as a guide in present-day decision-making. Least favorite answer to this question, the least favorite role of history, was glorifying of the past. And of course, this answer we may understand as a kind of departure from the romantic nationalist to more reflective, more analytical engagement with history. But also we can interpret this answer as a manifestation of so-called social desirability bias. So students may just answer the normative question to align with the perceived academic and social expectations. As for the state's role, the students' favorite so-called non-interference, preferring pluralistic approach that supports diverse, even conflicting narratives, but still 1/3 believe that state should have a role in creating, shaping collective memory, whether ideologically or symbolically. What is the role of history in relations between states and nations? According to the respondents' answers, history should be a source of knowledge, mutual understanding, and the least popular answer to this question is that history should be a platform for building transnational history. When and why historical conflicts, historical disputes occur, according to this research, historical conflicts occur when the past is instrumentalized for political purposes. The second most popular answer was that historical conflicts are inevitable in the future, because every nation writing his own history also writes history of the other nations, like neighbors. I should mention earlier that this data also revealed divergence based on historical knowledge. Students with basic historical knowledge, they were most likely to view Russia in more black and white terms. Those with better self-assessed historical knowledge showed more nuance, and that's why we can interpret these answers that for sure better engagement with history may foster more deep, more complex historical understanding, not necessarily stronger opinions. Students also saw historical facts as a potentially helpful in navigating current and future crises, and most suggested that history can be used to inspire and mobilize, especially in the moment of crises. And also, history may be the source of solution. We can we can pick the specific solution in a time of crisis. I also asked about definition of crisis, and most students suggested definition emphasizing imbalance, urgency, need for immediate action to take quick steps. And according to this research, the COVID pandemics as a first and the Russian-Ukrainian war as a second were the most relevant crisis events, far ahead of global warming, migration, global power rivalry, and so on. And this we may understand that is kind of generational approach. The crisis is not abstract, it's not distant, but it's immediate and it's human-centered. We have to also remember that Italy has experienced one of the highest rate of excess deaths in Europe during the first waves of the COVID pandemics, with the majority of deaths in the northern regions, where I were conducting this research. Several aggravating factors like aging population, like high urban density, multi-generational household contributed to the rapid spread of the virus, and that's why I think for sure this was number one as a most relevant crisis event according to the respondents. And Russian-Ukrainian war as a crisis situation, according to this research, Russian-Ukrainian war is for sure, it was most popular answer, a consequence of Russia's neo-imperialist tendencies, but at the same time, the second most popular second most popular answer was that it's one of the numerous conflicts, numerous crises we will face, we will need to face in the 21st century. On policy response, there was a general support for peace-based solution rooted in human rights and diplomacy. We may say that, according to this research, military escalation was largely rejected, and yes, this we can also understand that according to this research, students they are generally skeptical of hard power, about the impact of the Russian-Ukrainian war as a crisis situation on the situation in the Italy. The rise, the increase in defense spending need to provide shelter for refugees, and providing humanitarian aid were the most popular answers. Also, manifestation of this conflict in Italy, according to this survey, was also the presence of this topic in media and public debate. Yes, and how this Russian-Ukrainian war, how this crisis situation affected the image of Russia, according to this survey. Stronger belief in the imperialist nature of Russia, according to 33% of the respondents, and then the need for reassessment, historical reassessment of the Cold War period. But in generally, according to this research, we may say that peaceful ending of the Cold War is still perceived by the Italian youth as a positive aspect of the Russian historical legacy. They don't see a need to remove Soviet symbols like dismantling the Red Army monuments, but they prefer prefer deeper historical reassessment. Italian students saw, even before 2022, saw Russia in negative imperial light, but of course these events in last few years just confirmed their pre-existing beliefs. Russia is perceived as ambitious of Russia, perceived as a threatening, as a illegitimate, especially from perspective of the former Soviet Soviet space. And maybe at the end, I would also add that as a result of the cross-examination of the answers, I was able to create the largest group of the respondents. It will be about 55% of the respondents, and for the need of this research, I called them pragmatic reformers. And in short, I will characterize this group. For sure, this group is pragmatic about security. They are pragmatic about humanitarian impact of the war. They largely support constructive international pressure and democratic values, but at the same time they are strongly opposed to military escalation, but they are not idealist pacifists, so they are trying to this group kind of balancing between principles and realpolitik. Yeah, and at the end, my follow-up and analysis and limitations. For sure, this questionnaire research, as I mentioned, it involved only 200 Italian students, earlier 200 Polish and Georgian students, and that's why, of course, this research cannot be generalizable. We have to take also under consideration composition of this respondent group, over-representation of the academic youth, of the representation of the academic youth in particular fields like international relations. It can also bias the results. You have also, remember about social desirability bias. So students may answer, because it's quite strange that social media are presented as a deep mistrust to the social media. We know that for many young people, social media is the only source or source of information. So maybe the answers they were giving during this research, it was just manifestation of this social desirability bias. They should say that history lesson is the main source and social media somewhere at the end, and so on. Complicated structure, 27 questions, and of course sometimes in the sentence they had two concepts, and maybe also there were some difficulties occur when they had to figure out which concept is ranked at the moment. A low comparative value, as I said, this research was only conducted in Georgia, Poland, and Italy, and of course static context. Opinions of people change depending on the events during the research. Without the second round, this research, a lack of temporary sensitivity or something like that. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, and for this amazing also project that we shared. This questionnaire was very interesting. Thanks. I think we've practically concluded in case of the presenters, but now it's the time, if we have it, but very practically we are actually out of the time. But still, as we're accustomed, perhaps it will be really a pity to leave this room without any questions. Yes, so you are more than welcome to ask. So asking the audience, or okay, are there any questions? Shamek, has it?
I have one question to Lily about, so you can answer without asking if you. Okay. I just want to ask you about because from Polish perspective, the image of the British colonialism is partly taken from British Polish writer Joseph Conrad, the author of The Heart of the Darkness, the outpost of progress. I think this is for me, especially for me, this most important stories where Joseph Conrad was criticizing idea of colonialism in general, but also he was using example of the British outposts in Africa and so on and so on. And I'm curious about how this colonial legacy is presented on this cultural level in Britain at the moment. Because during your presentation, I wasn't sure that the last few years changed anything in British perspective, but maybe and maybe also if you may add something about is this perspective of Joseph Conrad is kind of close to the British perspective or not? Thank you.
Thank you. So colonialism is remembered in a variety of ways now in Britain. One is that it's a thing of the past. It happened a long time ago. Many other countries were doing it. You know, it wasn't unique. It's now over. And now the 20th century with human rights and the UN and self-determination, we have a new era. So all these, you know, small things about the past, like slavery and an empire built on slave labor. It wasn't so good, but at least it's over. And now let's remember all the glorious things about the empire. This is continuing, despite the fact that we've had the disgraceful war on terror, that even as I was teaching, was taking lives of people who were thought of as not as valuable. Their lives were not as valuable. So that racism that we saw in colonialism, that now apparently is over, is actually not over. And unfortunately, I don't see a way forward because both the authorities in Britain and British people are very resistant to real change in how they regard other peoples. And it doesn't help that the royal family, which is the first family, is the head of the armed forces and the head of religion. So we have a lot of power concentrated on top, cascading this sense of power and superiority all the way down to the working class.
Yes, please. Don't.
Thank you. Sorry. Can you hear me? Can I make a couple of comments instead of a question?
Yes, I think absolutely.
The one thing is that you started with the sun never sets over British Empire. My Indian colleagues might be very familiar. I think it was Gandhi, please correct me. He said, because God never trusts the British Empire in the darkness, you know. So we know that British Empire. Of course, we have now we are discussing empire here, but interestingly, now we have this return of empires, this imperial ideologies, in Turkey, Russia. You have Polish exceptionalism as well, intermarium, and we have these geopolitical, if you like, ideologies, that what are the commonalities in these imperial, because what's happening, you would know this from Georgia, these small nations are crushed between these great imperial ideologies, neo-Ottomanism and all that. I think we should address this.
Yeah.
And then the second thing, as a general, maybe I should have raised this in there. Another thing that my colleague talking about armament, what worries me, if you are familiar, I was in Crimea actually, there's this, I don't know, Russian word, toskavat,
Toskavat, yeah.
Yes, like nostalgia about the past, make Russia great again, make Turkey great again, make Poland great again, make Israel great again, great again, great again. The clash of these empires. So my colleague talking about militarization, and we should, what worries me, I was a peace activist as a NATO member in Turkey. I was detained, beaten up because I was anti-American, because I was leading, return also of military Keynesianism, because the West has run out of ideas now. The only growth will come from military production, industry, and everything. There's no other than, I mean, we are struggling in the UK. You know, again, Chekhov, I'm obsessed with Russian literature, I love it. You know, it says, if there is a gun in the background, that gun will explode at one point. So I'm very much against this. Oh, let's get ready. Turkey is one of those, as you raised, countries that spending so much money. You know, there are very serious consequences of that. I mean, during the Cold War, there was this really strong peace movement. You know, we don't have that now. Everybody talking about, let's have more guns, let's have a get ready, you know, and that's like a time bomb. Anyway, that's it.
It became obsolete or something, yes. Some dilemma
Thank you.
for global, much more discourse, but thanks for these comments. I also, if there are any other questions, or in the meantime, just shortly asking to Przemek Furkacz, my friend as well as colleague. So, what do you think, Przemek? We've heard the story with the spider web operation. That's a technical, much more perhaps question. But what do you think, I mean, in regard of the assessments of this operation, how would you put it in this resistance agenda and feasibility to combat? I think the microphone is over there. Thank you.
I am still wondering whether Ukrainian has has managed to conduct this spectacular operation, intelligence operation, on their own. Whether they have some secret support from the United States of America. I can see one coincidence here. Few or several days before, Trump wrote on his X account that I'm the only one, something like that. I'm quoting from my memory. So, yeah. But I'm the only one person who stops, who prevents Russia to meet something really bad, to have something really serious blow. And a few days later, something like that happened. So I'm wondering whether whether the United States of America had some hidden hand. I came across one article written by former officer of CIA on the very pro-Trump, let's say, website, www.thegateway.com, in which the main thesis was very unequivocal and unambiguous, very clear that the United States of America had to help somehow Ukraine to do this operation. For instance, with giving them satellite photos. Ukraine does not have their own satellite, but I do not know. I cannot say it for sure. And yes, it is quite escalatory. More such, I get sometimes an impression that Zelensky wants to escalate this war because this is one of the very few chances that Ukraine could win. If other countries, if this war escalates and it will encompass also, I don't know, Poland, the United Kingdom, United States of America. So, and at some point Russians are going to respond very brutally. Cruelly.
As you predict, yes, already. Okay, maybe we are cutting off. Okay, some other questions we'll also have, but maybe it's time. Thank you so much for the presenters, for the audience, for wonderful comments and questions. Thank you.
on our conference. In this panel, Yuri Latysh, Natalia Blanova, and Parvin Ahanchi will be giving their speeches and presentation. We'll try to connect via internet with Yuri Latysh. Unfortunately, Irina Prokopchuk could not visit us. Therefore, I kindly ask Mrs. Natalia Bulanova, the director of the Museum of the History of Kamiańskie and an expert of the Ukrainian Cultural Foundation. Let me tell briefly that her research focuses principally on regional history, religion, ethnology, and museology. She has curated numerous exhibitions and she participates in academic and public history initiatives across Ukraine.
Thank you very much. My topic is Russian imperialism and occupied Ukrainian museum, from physical destruction to changing meaning. In first, thank you for the invitation to the conference, the focus of which is a discussion of the current problems of Russian imperialism. It is no secret that this phenomenon poses a great threat to the whole world. But for Ukraine, Russian aggression is primarily to the whole world. But for Ukraine, Russian aggression is primarily a matter of survival, preservation of the state and nation. Therefore, the problem of the influence of Russian imperialism on the activities of Ukraine museums in the territories occupied by Russia is relevant in both the socio-political and scientific senses. Scientific historiography on this issue hasn't yet been formed, as Russian war against Ukraine continues, and researchers don't have full access to the source base, much of which is formed in the territories occupied by Russia. The study used Ukrainian media reports, journalism, oral history records from residents of the temporarily occupied territories, as well as Russian propaganda resources viewed through the prism of scientific optics.
Next slide.
Yes. Next. No. Yes. The slide shows a map of the regions of Ukraine temporarily occupied by Russia since February 2014. With the start of the full-scale invasion in 2022, 4 more regions became occupied. According to incomplete data from the register of the Ministry of Culture of Ukraine, 99 museums in the annexed Crimea are under occupation, 23 museums in Donetsk, 24 in Luhansk, 14 is in Kherson, and 18 in Zaporizhia regions. This special area of Ukrainian culture that works with historical memory is under constant pressure from the ideology and practice of Imperial Russia under occupation. Next slide, please. Since the first days of the full-scale invasion, the Russian occupiers have been targeted Ukrainian cultural institutions. As on March 2025, 122 museums were among the damaged or destroyed cultural heritage sites. For example, during the Russian offensive on Kiev in February 2022, enemy artillery fire destroyed the museum in Ivankiv, which housed the works of world-famous artist Maria Primachenko. This is no accident. It is part of a broader strategy that has deep roots in the history of Russian imperialism. For centuries, the Russian Empire and later the Soviet Union sought to assimilate Ukrainians, to deprive of our own language, history, and culture. Next slide, please. The list of destroyed and damaged museums shows the systematic nature of the Russian occupied sections. In May 2022, the Russian targeted the Museum of Ukrainian philosopher Grigory Skovoroda in the village of Skovorodanivka in the Kharkiv region. In March 2022, during the bombing of Mariupol, the Mariupol Museum of Local Law and Mariupol Museum of Art were destroyed. And in December 2023, the museum of the commander of the Ukrainian insurgent army, Roman Shushkevich, was destroyed too. The data is not exhaustive. The next one. The destruction of historical heritage is accompanied by the total looting of Ukrainian museums that are in the occupied territory. The looting takes place at the state level when museum objects are exported to the occupied Crimea. For example, in May 2023, stolen artifacts from the Stone Tomb Historical and Archaeological Reserve were displayed in Sevastopol at the Chersoneso-Stavria Museum and Reserve. These are forms of humanitarian aggression aimed at erasing the cultural identity of the territory and the ethnic identity of the peoples living in these areas. The myth of the Great Patriotic War at the basis of the ideological construct is in the establishment of an authoritarian regime. The official state propaganda of the Russian Federation is actively building an image of the continuity between the Soviet soldiers and the Russian military. This narrative is also built through museum exhibitions. In the temporarily occupied territories of Ukraine, Russians are opening museums of special military operation. The object collected to the occupied Ukrainian lands became the basis for the exhibition Ordinary Nazism, which was opened in the Victory Museum in Moscow. Later, this exhibition was shown in different regions of Russia and the occupied part of Ukraine. The title was brought from a Soviet propaganda film about the atrocities committed by the Nazis during the Second World War. The concept of the exhibition was created on the basis of dictatorial of facts and manipulation of the historical memory of the Ukrainian insurgent army and the leaders of Ukrainian nationalism. In this way, Russian museum propagandists are trying to justify the criminal activities of the Russian army in Ukraine. The sanitism has no bounds, thus the exhibitions and with an installation dedicated to Ukrainian children killed by the Russian occupiers in Ukraine.
Next slide.
No. But these crimes are attributed to the armed forces of Ukraine, which are deterring Russian aggression against the entire civilized world. The next slide, please. An analysis of imperial practice shows that the Russian occupiers are trying to remove any reference to Ukraine from museum exhibition. For this purpose, collections from Russian museums are used. For example, the Novaydar Museum of Local Law exhibits the project Our Traditions, getting to know each other in a new way. This is a virtual tour of the Russian Ethnographic Museum's exhibition with the creation of a take about the common traditions of Ukrainians and Russian.
Will the unique collection of folk costumes of the Starobelsk Museum was taken to an unknown destination? The Belokurachovo District Museum is implementing the embroidered Happiness Unites the People project as part of this project. In this way, museums become part of the powerful propaganda machine of the Russian occupiers. The goal is to create an artificial historical basis for the occupation to legitimize the Russian presence of Ukrainian soul. The occupiers are trying to convince the local population that it has always been part of Greater Russia and that Ukraine is just an artificial entity. Cossack Cadet Corps and the Cadet Corps of the investigative community of the Russian Federation are active in the occupied Luhansk region. The enemy created them to Russify and militarize young people to prepare them for participation in war. The Stanично-Luhanska Museum of the Don Cossacks was opened in the village of Luhanska, destroyed by the occupation for the purpose of ideological education of young people. Excursions to this museum are compulsory for young people. The main message of the museum is manipulative. The border gave birth to the Cossacks, and the Cossack gave birth to Russia. The Russian historical myth included the Don Cossack in the Russian people, seeking to justify the policy of assimilation of the Cossack communities. The same ideological scheme is actively used by Ukrainians. However, the Cossacks of the Don have long denied that they belong to the Russian world. In the aid to this, the Ukrainian character of the Kuban, it becomes clear that the historical development of the West territories to the east of modern Ukraine does not fit into the myth of their historical Russianness imposed by Moscow. Russian imperialism is trying to label the seized territory as Novorossia. For this purpose, the project Russia is My History is being implemented. It is under this brand that clone museums are being created in Russia and the occupied regions of Ukraine. These museums have a single concept, similar content, and technical facilities. They are characterized by glorification of Russian war criminals, discrediting the Ukrainian army, and imposing myths of Russian fictional history. In December 2023, a similar interactive historical museum park, Russia is My History, was opened in Melitopol. Message packed in words, verbal text, and visions are aimed and manipulating the meaning of visitors. The military construction complex of Russia is involved in the creation of such clone museums. The name suggests that the museum is being built as part of a propaganda complex. The museum use invented Western ideas, trends, and approaches, including the idea of revitalizing an industrial building when the innovative form retains in the propaganda content. Next. The revival of Soviet narratives in museums in the occupied territories of Ukraine is an important element of Russia's policy of cultural destruction and ideological control. In February 2025, the occupation authorities opened the Memorial House Museum of Soviet Party leader Andrei Zhdanov. into building of the looted Museum of Folk Life. These products are not related to historical science of museum work. The halls showcase the life story of Soviet functionary Zhdanov, who was born in Mariupol since 1948. Mariupol under Soviet rule was known as Zhdanov. He was one of the initiators of repressions against scientific and cultural figures. Zhdanov was too odious even for the Soviet authorities who found him guilty of repressions. The city was returned to its historical name of Mariupol. The current Russian authorities are trying to rehabilitate the criminal totalitarian past by speculating on the nostalgia on the inhabitants on the occupied Ukrainian territories of the Soviet period. Thus, Thus, the practice of Russian imperialism in relation on the occupied Ukrainian museums illustrate the empire's attempts to erase Ukrainian identity by imposing the idea of the Russian vote. To this end, the Soviet past is idealized, falsification are used, and myths and fakes are created. These processes are taking place in the tradition of imperial practices of destroying and plundering historical and cultural heritage. It should be noted that museum activities in the territories occupied by Russians take place in the context of and in close connection with the genocidal practices carried on by Russia. These include forced deportation, mass murders, repressions against people who are carriers of Ukrainian identity and who resist the regime of Russia. Thank you very much.
Hello, Dr. Yuri Latysh, can you hear us?
Hello.
Hello, welcome to our conference.
Dzień dobry.
Yes, let me introduce you briefly, me as a chair of this panel. Dr. Yuri Latysh is a historian and displaced Ukrainian scholar, currently at the State University of Londrina in Brazil, so very far from us. Presently, he founded the Applied History program at Taras Shevchenko National University and researches memory, historiography, and public intellectuals. He is active in multiple scholarly associations and editorial boards. And today he will give his presentation speech dedicated to the subject matter of de-Ukrainization, Russian memory politics in occupied Ukraine. Please begin your speech.
Dzień dobry, bardzo wdzięczny za zaproszenie. Dear colleague, can I show my presentation?
Yes. Have you sent it to us or?
But I don't understand why. Just a minute.
Okay.
Share screens.
Powinien udostępnić? Tak. Ja powinien udostępnić? Okay.
Do you see?
Yes, we can see, but make full view if it is possible.
But I don't see. What do you see? Okay.
We can see it.
Yes, we can see. Okay. Topic of my presentation is the Ukrainization, Russian approaches to politics, memory in the occupied Ukrainian territories.
Dr. Yuri, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Can you make full view? It would be better. We can see it, but it would be better if you could make full view of your presentation. Is it possible?
I tried, but
Stavka and I don't know.
Okay. Do you see?
We can see, but it is relatively small. If you could.
I done.
Okay,
in my
so,
computer.
Okay, so
big, maybe
we need to
necessary time.
Okay, so please continue.
Small.
It's slightly small, but we can see.
I don't understand why. Now small too?
It's still the same. Small.
Okay. I can't. Russian government uses and misuses history during the war, justifying the violation of international law and human rights. Russian used historical arguments for aggression, first of all, denial of the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian language, thesis about non-historicity of the Ukrainian state. Ukraine is an artificial failed state, Ukraine as a Nazi state, concept of Russian word, Novorossiya, thesis about divided Russian people, and used the past to make their claims. Ukrainian identity, Ukrainianism, is portrayed not a national identity, but as a separatist political movement created either by Poles or by the Austro-Hungarian general staff, which was granted statehood by Bolsheviks for unknown reason. In essence, to consider oneself a Ukrainian is to betray Russia. The conservative pro-Kremlin philosopher Alexander Dugin speaks directly about this, for whom belonging to Ukrainianism is a sin, betrayal of orthodoxy, the Eastern slaves, the empire and themselves, a switch to the side of an existential metaphysical enemy. In Putin's eyes, the USA and the collective West are the enemy, and Ukraine is a traitor. According to Putin, the greatest sin is betrayal. Pro-Kremlin historian Alexander Dukov argues that Ukrainian identity and Ukrainian culture are possible only under the regime of ethnocracy, when the state forcibly imposes them of the Russian-speaking society. In the conditions of free competition, Ukrainian identity and culture will allegedly become useless to anyone. This provides a pseudo-scientific justification for the assimilation of Ukrainians and justifies to aggressive war as a struggle to restore a historical justice. About text Timofey Sergeytsev about the Ukrainization, it's famous and Since the beginning of the occupation, Russia is destroying monuments that are not related to the common history of Ukraine and Russia. First of all, these are monuments to the victims of the Holodomor, participants of anti-terrorist operation in Donbass, historical figures who opposite Ukrainian to opposite Russian influence. The administration of annexed Mariupol in the Donetsk region of Ukraine was dismantled this monument, victims of the Holodomor and political repressions, which had been located in the city center since 2004. Next monument.
Excuse me, doctor. Do you change slides?
I changed slide.
Because we cannot see.
And now I demonstrated
we can
my
see
6 slides.
We can see only the first slide.
I can't do nothing.
Now we can see Monument Glory to Ukraine, Kherson, this slide.
Yes, this monument glory to Ukraine, yes?
Yes, we can see this slide.
It's right.
We can see this slide now.
Yes, I demonstrate slide glory to Ukraine.
Yes, we can see this slide now. Earlier we could not see it.
Okay, the monument glory to Ukraine, dedicated to the victims of the Euromaidan revolution and Ukrainian heroes killed in Donbass, was dismantled during the Russian occupation of Kherson. Do you see next slide?
No, we cannot see. We are still seeing only Monument Glory to Ukraine, Kherson slide.
I don't understand why. I ought. Okay.
Now the slide changed. Ivanivka community of Henichesk Rayon, Kherson Oblast.
Okay, but I don't understand why. Okay, in 2023, Russian invaders destroyed 14 monuments to Holodomor victims on the territory of Ivanivka community on Henichesk Rayon, Kherson region. Russian-controlled local authorities explained that the Holodomor was not a unique phenomenon and the artificial famine.
We can see next slide entitled Demolished Monuments in Lugansk.
I understand, but I ought to close and open now slides. In July 2024, monuments to the victims of Stalinist repression and victims of the Holodomor were demolished in occupied Lugansk. The Russian appointed authorities of the Lugansk said that the monuments were fakes and had no historical or cultural significance, and also insulted the patriotic feeling of the people of Lugansk. The politics. Next, do you see?
Yes, we can see the slide entitled The Russians Restored the Monument to Lenin.
The politics of memory of Russia in the occupied Ukraine territories is divided into 3 stages. From the end of February to the beginning to April 2022, the battle for Kiev continued. Russia sought to capture all of or most of Ukraine and establish a loyal regime here. Russia actively used Soviet narratives. In some cities, Melitopol, Henichesk, Nova Kakhovka, Nikolske near Mariupol, Russia has restored monuments to Vladimir Lenin, who was seen as a transitional figure from the Ukrainian heroes to the heroes of the time of Russian Empire. The Great Patriotic War is considered the main heroic and unifying event in the history of Russia. Therefore, to justify the aggression, the president of Russia calls Ukraine a Nazi state. In the occupied territories of Ukraine, Russian troops used, along with the Russian flag, the Soviet banner of victory. You can see, I hope you can see, as Russian singer Checherina with this flag near occupied administration building, and prominent painting Babushka с флагом, grandmother with flag. The historian Natalia Narochnitskaya was the first to suggest using this flag, since Ukrainians perceive the Russian tricolor as a foreign flag and the victory banner as their own flag. Russia wanted to exploit the negative attitude of many Ukrainians toward decommunization, to revive the Soviet memorial rights on the Great Patriotic War. Russia wanted to exploit this negative attitude. According to opinion, in 2020, only 32% of Ukrainians were positive attitude about the ban of Soviet symbols, and 34% were negative. But as a result of Russian aggression, the Ukrainian people have changed their attitude towards the Soviet past. And polls in 2022 shows that more than 2/3 of respondents said that the war was changed their attitude to history of Ukraine, and over 72% have a positive attitude towards decommunization. Second stage of Russian politics from April to the end of September 2022. Russia tried to capture the Donbass and the southern part of Ukraine. During this period, Russia uses the name Novorossiya as alleged Russian territories unfairly given to Ukraine by the Bolsheviks. One of the leaders of the Donetsk separatists, Alexander Khodorkovsky, calls for an end to the restoration of monuments to Lenin, since no one among his soldiers fights for the Lenin's ideas. In occupied Kherson, on the site of the monument of Lenin, they plan to erect a monument to Catherine II. Russian propaganda pays attention to imperial heroes such as Grigory Potemkin, Alexander Suvorov, and others. Since October 2022, after the illegal referendum on the annexation of the Kherson and Zaporizhia regions, the imperial discourse has prevailed in the Russian politics of memory. Ukraine is not considered as a subject of history and politics, but as an object used by the West for the war against Russia. That is why Russia denies Ukraine the right to have its own history, language, and memory. Russian propaganda speaks of artificially created Ukrainian language created by Poles, Austrians, or Bolsheviks, Ukrainian people. Soon the word Novorossiya, which is not used by the population, disappeared from the speeches of the Russian authorities. Historian and public figure Modest Kolarov called the Novorossian project a mistake, as it envisages the existence of Ukraine under a different name. Russia is rapidly marking the occupied territory of Ukraine with own monuments. During the most active fighting in September 2022, a memorial complex dedicated to World War II soldiers destroyed during the fighting in 2014 was unveiled at Savur Mogyla in Donetsk region. Russia rebuilt the monument in 90 days, adding images of Donetsk separatism who participated in the fighting in 2014. Vladimir Zhogovocha, Mikhail Толстых, Givi, Arsen Pavlov Motorola, and Olga Kachura Korsa. In Lugansk, in September 2023, an updated and supplemented Austria Mogyla Memorial Complex was opened, uniting the memory of the generations of defenders of the Lugansk land from the civil war, the Great Patriotic War fighters of the 2014 People's Militia, and participation of special, so-called special military operation. The installation of these two monuments was personally supervised by Sergei Kirienko, deputy head of the Kremlin administration. The key narrative of Russian memorial policy, particularly actively implemented in the occupied territory, is SVO, special military operation, is equal to continuation of the Great Patriotic War, is a war against Nazis. On 2nd May this year, in Mariupol was built this monument. I hope you see. This monument called Mariupol City of Military Glory. Monument is a granite stele with the reliefs high crowned with the coat of arms of Russia. The stele fetches 7 high reliefs depicting various events from the city's history. In particular, its capture in 2022 is referred to as liberation from the Nazis, not Ukrainian Nazis, only Nazis. Next monument which planned to erect in Mariupol is monument liberators of Donbas, participants in the special military operation. The main element of the monuments is high stele in the shape of anchor. On both sides of it, there will be sculptural composition. One is dedicated to the liberators of Donbas during the Great Patriotic War, and the other to the soldiers of SVO, Special Military Operation. Since December 2014, the Russian occupied territory of Donbas has created its own politics of memory. With more than 100 memorial sites, Donbas has formed its own historical memory with the cult of separatist leader. On October 2017, a memorial complex called Alley of Heroes was opened in Donetsk. It's located in the Lenin-Komsomol Park of Culture and Recreation. There are monuments to head of the so-called DNR Alexander Zakharchenko, separatist commander Mikhail Tolstych-Givi, Arsen Pavel Motorola, Olga Kachura-Korsa, and Oleg Mamiev, as well as singer-artist Yosif Kobzon. Russia has launched not only a conventional war against Ukraine, but also a war in the sphere of historical memory. Russian politics of memory in the occupied territories includes destruction of cultural heritage during the fighting, dismantling of Ukrainian monuments, partial recommunization of toponyms and monuments, transition from Soviet nostalgic model of memory to the Russian imperial model, use of Russian history textbooks, restriction of the use of the Ukrainian language. Russian historical politics threatens and the existence of the Ukrainian nation, denies the viability of the Ukrainian state and the separateness of Ukrainian history from Russian history. During the war, Russia used different approaches or strategies to politics of memory. First of all, restoration of the Ukrainian SSR. Ukraine as Russia's little brother. This politics realized Viktor Medvedchuk and his entourage, former Ukrainian politicians living in Russia, such as Volodymyr Oleynik and others. From the end of February to the beginning of April 2022, the battle for Kiev continued. Russia sought to capture all or most of Ukraine and establish a loyal regime there. Russia activity used Soviet narratives. Second approach was using the concept of Novorossiya, envisaged the saga of the region of the south and east of Ukraine, which is a special region with a special identity. From April to the end of September 2022, Russia tried to capture the Donbas and the southern part of Ukraine. And said strategy, said approach, denial of Ukrainian identity and the Ukrainian language. Ukrainism is considered as a form of separatism and betrayal of Russia. Ukrainians in the occupied territory must be assimilated. All Ukrainian concepts, approaches includes full or partial de-Ukrainization. Dear friends, thank you for your attention. Sorry for technical problems.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that you from Brazil managed to be online and share your views and interesting presentations. I found out a lot about new monuments being erected these days, weeks and months and years in occupied territory of Ukraine. Thank you very much. Please do not turn off the computer. Later will be some questions from the audience. And now I kindly invite the next presenter on the podium, Mr. Parvin Ahanchi from Mrs. Parvin Ahanchi from Bak Higher Oil School, Bakikhanov Institute of History and Ethnology, and Azerbaijan National Academy of Sciences. The title of the presentation is as follows: Imperial Continuities, Tsarist, Soviet, and post-Soviet legacies of Azerbaijani displacement in Karabakh and Armenia.
And dear organizers, dear audience, thank you so much for organizing such a fascinating congress, and I am really honored to take participation in this conference to share my findings with the audience, with the European scholars, and also very happy to present here. And thank you so much again for inviting for this great conference. As moderator announced, my topic of my presentation is imperial continuities, Tsarist, Soviet and post-Soviet legacies of Azerbaijani displacement in Karabakh and Armenia. Did you find that? No, it is full.
Please tell me whether I should change on the next slide.
Yeah, may I myself? I'll do myself, thank you. So, the introduction and research questions. Here I am talking about that paper examines how imperial policies across the three successive eras, Tsarist, Soviet and post-Soviet, have shaped the displacement of Azerbaijani communities from Karabakh and Armenia, and how these events remain embedded in collective memory. Drawing on over the 500 original interviews and questionnaires collected between 1995 and 2025, the study highlights two central mechanisms: demographic engineering and territorial restructuring that have persisted as continuous tools of imperial control and have left enduring cultural traumas. The central question of guiding this research is: how have imperial frameworks in the South Caucasus contributed to both the material displacement of Azerbaijani populations and the transmission of trauma across generations? So, if to take a look at the historical context of these displacements and so on, we can go deeply to the period of 18th century, at the beginning of the end of 18th, beginning of the 19th century, when in Azerbaijan territory there were semi-autonomous or autonomous khanates, like small states, like in Europe. So, and they were Ganja, Shaki, Shirvan, Karabakh, Erivan, Nakhichevan, Baku, Gubal, Ankaran, and Talush khanates. So these khanates were ruling in this Azerbaijan territory. But since the Peter Great, when Russia was looking for the Caspian areas, because as we know, there is a big map when you see that this is a big imperial territory without access to the sea. As Peter Great said, he said that he needed to drill window to the Europe, and he did. In order to get access to the Europe through this window, he had a series of wars, and which was continued later with next generations of Russian rulers, and that's why they were looking also for getting access to Caspian Sea, along with Black Sea, North Sea, and so on. That's why there were a series of Russian-Persian wars, which were ended with Treaty of Gulistan in 1813. And this gave key regions of Azerbaijan to Russia. And then the Persian Empire, they wanted to get revenge. That's why they initiated the second war, the second Russian-Persian war, which led to it led to another treaty when the Persia was defeated by Russian army, and in this case, in 1828, Turkmenchay Treaty, it got incorporating the khanates of Karabakh, Erivan, and Nakhichevan into the empire. And from this period, a big Armenian populations, mass migration started to Azerbaijani lands because during the war there was tension between Christian populations and also Muslims. That's why the Russian Tsar, he was protecting Armenians, and they relocated them to the South Caucasus, especially to Azerbaijani land, and they formed special Armenian territory and so on. And here I'd like to show you a map. The map of Treaty of Gulistan, when you see how these territories, they went to into consideration of Russian Empire. And then another result of, you see here the fact of Turkmenchay Treaty. And after that, I am all the time telling to my students when I'm teaching, I'm telling it's like Russia bought new apartment, and he need to set up it. He need to furnish it, he need to polish it, and so on. That was the starting to thinking how to rule. So I remember that yesterday Professor Novak mentioned about religious as a main tool for managing the occupied territories. And in this case, in the South Caucasus, Russia organized Transcaucasian Muslim spiritual boards. Interestingly, they didn't organize this one unit. They organized it like for Shiites and for Sunnis separately. So that is, it says a lot. So they organized these bodies, and after that, those bodies were not serving for the religious feelings or religious needs of Muslim population of the South Caucasus. They just needed them in order to rule. So a lot of information, a lot of archival documents, I work in these archives, and you see that there is instruction. They say that, oh, today is the birthday of the Sarissa, and you have to organize a lot of prayers over all Muslim churches. Muslims over all Muslim mosques, and of course over all the churches, which was across Azerbaijan territories. So organizing this clergy, and also they built a lot of churches in Azerbaijan, and that's how they set up their ruling here. So imperial ruling, and interestingly, they said to Muslim clergy that you have to be loyal to Tsar. If in other case, you'll be sent to Siberia. It was their instruction. That was they were doing all their best in order to serve to Russian Empire. Yeah, and interestingly, here was, sorry for this, on May 28, 1828, Azerbaijan declared his independence along with Georgia and Armenia, and the Azerbaijan Democratic Republic created, and it was the first fascinating democratic republic in the Eastern world, in the Muslim world, and that was very important. And they give equal rights for women, and they give also rights to all nationalities which were living in Azerbaijan. But unfortunately, Lenin with Bolsheviks, they organized counter-revolution, and they overthrown Azerbaijan Democratic Republic, and after that you see this victory march of Soviet power over all the Russian Empire territory, including South Caucasus too. And after this, we see the Soviet power was established for 70 years as other republics in former Russian Empire territory, and the policy was continuing. And the continuity was that in Azerbaijan, they organized Mountain Karabakh Autonomy Oblast in 1923, and they give cultural autonomy to Armenians, which were majority in that territory, but there are cities where it was opposite. So Azerbaijanis were more than Armenians in a way, and they marginalizing Azerbaijanis, and later, between 1947 and 1953, over 150,000 Azerbaijanis, they were all relocated from Armenian territory to Azerbaijan territory. Actually, when we say Armenia, it was Erivan Khanate, And on the base of this territory, Russians organized Armenian Oblast. And that's why now they are forcing Azerbaijanis to move to Azerbaijan territory from Armenia. And instead of, they invited a lot of diaspora from Livan, from abroad to Armenia. So, and this, and later, the policy was continued by Gorbachev, his reforms and the Karabakh crisis. Gorbachev glasnost and perestroika policies created space for ethnic mobilizations. And in this period, Armenians demanded unification with Armenia and, of course, connecting Karabakh territory to Armenia. Actually, I remember very well that period when we all were looking for Moscow brother, what he will decide, what they will say, when they will manage this conflict, when they'll stop this tension in Karabakh. But they didn't. Instead of they were inflaming this a lot. And actually, the negative part was that Soviet authorities, they didn't maintain this conflict at the very beginning, but in opposite, they were also even handing their weapons to these two parts. So they were selling weapons to Azerbaijanis and to Armenians as well. So, and later, and in this period, it was a very hard period when Soviet Union cracked down, and unfortunately there were black tragedies in Georgia, in Baku, and in Vilnius. So I put it here, and in 20 January, Soviet troops, it was 20 January 1990, not 1991, when Soviet collapsed. So Soviet troops, they invaded Azerbaijan, they invaded capital of Azerbaijan, Baku, and they killed a lot of people. The same situation, the same actions they did in, as I showed here, in Tbilisi and in Vilnius. So, and it was last massacres of Soviet power, I would say. Unfortunately, you see 147 people killed, 744 wounded, and 5 went missing, 841 unlawfully arrested. Actually, among them were children, elderly, women. Actually, it's painful to tell about this when you know that they're not just number, they're people. So they are human, as yesterday we were talking about that. So, and as a result of this event, we have this alley of marchers in Baku Highland and all these victims of the 20 January, which you called Black January. It is, now we have this alley of marchers. And all those people, they buried here. Then we see post-Soviet displacement, so the imperial policies continue. And as the USSR collapsed, I said the first Karabakh War broke out, and over 1 million of Azerbaijani were displaced from Armenia and occupied Azerbaijani region. So Karabakh territory was occupied by Armenians, and all at the same time, due to this tension and because the escalation of this conflict, everything went turned to war. That's why they forced also Azerbaijanis leave Armenia. So overall, we had around 1 million of Azerbaijanis refugees and IDPs. So internally displaced people from Karabakh territory, and we had these refugees from Armenia. And in this period, a lot of things, a lot of facts, there are evidence. We have evidence that Soviet army, they were, or Russian, Soviet Russia, they were taking participation in this conflict and war. As a best sample, I showed here Khojaly tragedy. So Khojaly tragedy, and it is imperial responsibility. There are a lot of narratives, memories, and traumas. And the massacre of Khojaly was in February 1992. Hundreds of Azerbaijan civilians killed. So evidence implicated both Armenian units and passive or complicit Russian Soviet forces. This joint responsibility calls for legal accountability and shows the lingering effects of imperial military structures. In order to know more, I have to tell that this Khojaly tragedy stands next to Holocaust, Rwanda, Orodor-sur-Glane, Srebrenica. But not so many people know about Hocalı, and we know a lot about the previous listed here. And in this period, the Armenian and Russian soldiers, they seized the city, and they savagely killed hundreds of people, including pregnant women, children, and old people. And this, in violation of international conventions and norms of international humanitarian law, prisoners were subjected to unprecedented brutality. I'd like to show more. So again, the numbers, but behind those numbers stands people's life, especially 63 children, 106 women, you see. And all these people, they died because of this Hocalı tragedy. And there I put here perpetrators. They are former presidents of Armenia, Serge Sarkisyan, Robert Kocheryan, and commanded of Armenian armed units in February 1992, Seyran Ohanyan, and the commanded of 366 motorized infantry battalion, which is very important. In order to prove that exactly Russian Soviet army, they took participation in this Hocalı tragedy, I put here this information from newspaper Krasnaya Zvezda, Red Star. And interestingly, this newspaper, this issue, was published only one day, and they collected all those issues. You cannot find this newspaper, and it was published by one of the commanders, because as a military, he had this honor. He had to tell truth. So, and he said that, here you can read that, despite that we had a lot of historical orders, and when we told that the 363 motorized infantry, they shouldn't take participation in this conflict, but they did, they said. And also they said that we found 2 cases, and we saw that they had a lot of money, especially in foreign values, in foreign foreign currency. Thank you. And they discovered that, and this. So you see this again. This newspaper, Sovietsky Voin, Soviet soldier, and you see here Yuri Zarvigarov. He was commanding of 363 Motorized Infantry Battalion, and Iosif Ohanyan, deputy commander of the Transcaucasian Military Division. And another information, when Viktor Shevchenko, the Russian foreign officers, he published in this newspaper extraction of 366 infantry and battalion, he said. And he said that it is so interestingly, how come the weapon, the tanks, they are disappearing, and how it's possible that the commander, he doesn't know about this, how it happened. So he's proving that they did that intentionally. They took participation, they took money, and they gave their weapons, their all battalions parts, and they took participation in this Hocalı tragedy. As at that, I mean that is the responsibility. So Russian Empire share responsibility for this Hocalı tragedy, and still they didn't recognize this, not Russia and not Armenia's former ex-presidents. And at the same time, the Russian newspapers, Izvestia, for example, they were just publishing information about the horrors of the war, the tragedy. They're just information about that. That if they are not, they don't know about that. At the same time, a lot of people, they got affected with this awful tragedy. There are a lot. I just showed one woman. She lost 5 families in her. 5 members of a family. So, and there are families which were erased, totally erased. There are children who lost both parents, or one of them. So that is as a result of this, and still I demand justice for Hocalı. And I have to tell also about this Karabakh conflict and wars as a threat to historical cultural legacy, which also embedded in memory of population. And I have to tell also about this, how this historical cultural legacy was affected by this conflict and war due to this invasion. And another picture I wanted to show, this is my city, Shusha, and it is happily it is liberated now. I am from this city, and that was a very, very prominent historical part and historical complex right in the center of Shusha, which was destroyed. But now, after liberation, it was recovered. And the Second Karabakh War was over, and the ceasefire was, ceasefire declaration was signed, and after that, we have also these traces of this war. This is Agdam city, one of the industrial center beyond Karabakh, so very close. And the foreign journalists who visited Azerbaijan territory, Karabakh, and also this Agdam, they called it as Hiroshima of the Caucasus. So it is like ghost city, they call. They didn't leave anything, so everything was destroyed. So it was destroyed by ultra-nationalistic Armenian forces and also by this, thanks to a weapon of this Russian Soviet Empire. And I am coming already to the end. Material symbols and cultural memory. We have displaced families, they preserve keys, photographs and fragments of destroyed cemeteries as memory objects. These artifacts serve as a resistance to official narratives and anchor trauma in material form. I myself visited Shusha, which I left like 30 years before. And after 30 years, I returned back and I visited cemetery. I went to see graves, my father, mother, and my brother. Unfortunately, they all were destroyed. So the occupiers, they took away marble stones from the graves, and they took that to Armenia and so on. So that was just awful to see all this. And so as a result of this policy, we have collective trauma, cultural trauma, collective trauma, cultural trauma, and also national trauma. And this cultural trauma is passed through storytelling, rituals, and commemorations. Children grow up with memories of homes they never saw, yet feel connected to. Displacement becomes an inherited emotional landscape. And I have to tell also the discussion and implications. Displacement must be seen as a long-term imperial process, not a one-time event. Policies of return, reconciliation, and memory must take these historical depths into account. And in conclusion and recommendations, recognize demographic engineering across Tsarist, Soviet, and post-Soviet periods, integrate oral histories in legal and policy frameworks, promote memorialization through UNESCO-style initiatives. And thank you so much for your attention, and see you soon. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now is the part for questions. If you have any questions, one moment, I can see one. Can you please leave the presentation on? I have a question, one slide. To which slide?
The slide with Yuri Zarvikorov. It's nearly the 25th, it seems to me.
This presentation?
No, the last presentation of Ms. Parvin Hanchi.
Which is the number of the slide?
Previous, earlier. Yeah, here, 19. I would like to ask the question because here we can see the information about Yuri Zarvikorov, which was indeed the commander of 366 Motorized Infantry Battalion. But on the right side, this Yuri Zarvikorov, two photos. The right photo does not belong to Yuri Zarvikorov, but it belongs to Yuri Zakharenko, the Belarusian opposition politician that was brutally killed by Lukashenko regime, and thus calling this Yuri Zarvikorov, which is indeed Yuri Zakharenko, a war criminal and generally a criminal, is a serious insult and offense to Belarusian people. So it's a very common mistake in Azerbaijani media because the left photo is indeed Yuri Zarvikorov and the right photo is incorrect. And this does not belong to this person. So please correct it because it's really insultive.
Okay. Any more questions or remarks? Professor Andrzej Nowak.
Thank you. I have a question to Dr. Yuri Latysh. Interesting presentation, if it's possible to elaborate, to develop your suggestion that Novorossiya narrative is not accepted anymore, not promoted anymore. It was mentioned in one of your slides and in your short commentary to that. That seemed to me very interesting. There was one critical remark about Novorossiya by Modest Kolerov, I believe. Is it more general trend to resign from this narrative, or simply just one critical remark?
Have you heard? Dr. Latysh, have you heard? Have you heard the question?
Oh, sorry, my microphone. Thank you, dear Dr. Novak, for your question. I think Russia uses all these narratives and all these approaches simultaneously. But recently, term Novorossiya has been used much less frequently, and now in Donetsk, self-proclaimed republic was adopted concept of Russian Donbass. And nowadays, in official documents of this separatist formation, recently used the term Russian Donbass, first of all. But sometimes Novorossiya used too. For example, Lavrov, Minister of Foreign Affairs, used the term Novorossiya and Novorossiyan last week, for example.
Anybody has a question?
Thank you. This is to Parvin. Thank you so much for putting so much emphasis on the civilians who were killed, and I wanted to ask, that interests me because I'm a casualty recorder for Iraqis. Is there some database that exists that has details of those killed? When, how, names if possible? Is there such a thing, or is there such a recording process being done by anyone?
Thank you so much for this great question. Actually, after the war, we organized, Azerbaijan has this committee of hostages, committee of this family of committee of the missing and hostages. So, and also thanks to Red Crescent and Red Cross, though they worked a lot during this conflict and wars, so they did a lot in order to exchange hostages or to get their bodies to their families. So that was that committee. It is working on that. And also they have DNA bank, data bank, because of those people who are missing. Still they are missing. And the special group, it is impossible to hear, we invited them for the conference, it's impossible to hear them without tears, because they say that we are still waiting for them. Still they are waiting, they are not sure if they died, if they are alive, but they're waiting for them, because yet they didn't find bodies. Yeah? But interestingly, now when the Karabakh territory was liberated, and a lot of excavations were going there, and we found mass graves and people, some of those missing people, they were returned to their family, they buried. So, because they were comparing them with this DNA bank, And so, that process is going. So we have these recordings, and the governmental structure. This is Commission for Hostages and Missing People. Yeah, you're very welcome.
I have another question for Ms. Parvin Hanchi, not so critical as the first perception. You mentioned different consequences and results of Armenian occupation of parts of Azerbaijan, Karabakh, and I have a question towards you. What efforts can be done by Azerbaijan and international community maybe to minimize the cultural trauma and to help people who were living on these formerly occupied territories to reintegrate towards the society of the Republic of Azerbaijan? Thank you. And if it's possible, I will have another question after the answer, okay?
Thank you so much for this great question. Actually, it is very hard I guess, for both communities. I mean, for both countries, Azerbaijan and Armenia, it is very, very hard at the moment when the wounds are so fresh, when there are so much scars. It's very difficult to get to have these reconciliation processes, and a lot of young people died from both sides. So that left a lot of traumatic memories, which makes very hard to go just to talk to each other, you know. That I know. And also, of course, in the war, as a result of the war, one part will be victory, will have victory, and another will be defeated. So this is also affecting the Armenian society. They have a very huge revanchist moods, unfortunately. This is. But I have to tell that regarding that part which you mentioned, in order to reintegrate to the Karabakh territory when they came back, very hard to go, because personally I left and I visited after 30 years my city, and I couldn't find even one stone on another stone from my house, which was two-story apartment with 6 rooms, big yard, big garden. I couldn't find anything. Even stones from graves have been taken, you know. This is very hard. But people, because they are so patriotic, they love so much their homeland. I call my son's name as Vatan, what does mean homeland. It was like memory of my city. Yeah, and they love their homeland. They go back and they couldn't find their houses.
Thank you. And I have the question to Ms. Natalia Bulanova, the first speaker of this part of conference. It's just a tiny remark. You've mentioned that Cossacks are like integral part of Ukrainian history, but like a small remark that Cossacks are not connected only to Ukraine and Russia. They are connected both to Iran, Kazakhstan, Georgia, even Japan, because Cossack in Turkic means like the person who finds adventures. So like Cossacks of Ukraine are part of bigger Cossack history block. It's not a big question, like it's just a remark. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. It is a very difficult problem because the Ukrainian history is a Cossack history in the 18th century and 15th century, and Russian propaganda used Ukrainian history for the incorporation occupied territories in Russia.
Okay, let me share my humble remarks. Well, I would like to say this conference is dedicated to the subject matter of Russian imperialism. When we look at the history of Russian imperialism over the ages, Russia in its many embodiments, incarnations, whether the Grand Duchy of Moscovia, or the Russian Empire, or the Soviet Union, or the current Russian Federation, very often practiced a kind of policy, a sort of policy, which ancient Romans called divide et impera, divide and rule. It basically comes down to making other nations quarrel, spar, fight with each other to make impossible for them to unify against the aggression of Russia. And this policy was practiced very often, constantly, from at least, I think, 17th century to these very days vis-à-vis Poland and Ukraine, Polish people and Ukrainian people. Many, let's say, we can see Russian or Moscow's hand behind at least some of negative developments in the history of Poland and Ukraine. The same Russia is practicing for many, many decades in the Caucasus. In the end of the 1980s, in the beginning of the 1990s, the Soviet Union, Moscow, supported Armenia in its armed conflict with Azerbaijan. 3 years ago or 4 years ago, basically Russia left Armenia alone, despite these treaty alliances. And we can say that thanks to pressure from Turkey, Russia opted for Azerbaijan to win the last war. Depending on the current situation, Russia one time supports Armenia, another Azerbaijan. What is important for Moscow is to see these two nations hating each other, hating one another, because it will be easier to conquer both of them. If the enmity and friendliness between these two nations is bigger, more intensive than enmity or unfriendliness toward Russia, it will be easier for Russia. So I have also a question. Do you see a possibility, a chance for any sort of reconciliation between Armenians and Azerbaijanis? I must say that I don't think that it is totally impossible, because during the Second World War, Germany did so many atrocities, cruelties in Poland, and after 70 years or more, this Polish-German relation or process or reconciliation made substantial progress, development. And I think that maybe this is a good example for you to follow, Azerbaijanis and Armenians.
Excuse me, isn't there another neighbor in the area that is involved in these Armenian-Azeri conflicts? You mentioned Russia, I think there are others.
Of course, Turkey and I think...
Could we concentrate a little bit on the presence of Turkey in the area and in the long story of conflicts between...
Yes, but I even mentioned in my speech what I said, that Turkey pressed Moscow to support Azerbaijan in this last war.
Thank you so much for this question. Thank you so much for this question. Actually, as a historian, I was also looking a lot for the data, let's say after World War II. So all the world were against Germany, right? Due to this fascism, Nazism, Hitler, and so on. But later we have this reconciliation, and we know that they brought their excuses to Jews and so on. And a lot of course, all countries, they have very, very good relations with Germany and so on. So this is a sample, of course, as an example. Probably as all conflicts and wars, they finish with agreements. We need to have agreement, peace agreement between Armenia and Azerbaijan. And after that, I guess that when the power, the governments, they will decide. And after that, I guess that people, they should go to the reconciliation processes. Because before we were very friendly. I studied at the Russian school, and I had brilliant teachers among the Azerbaijanis, Russian, and Armenians. So we were very friendly. We have friends. We had mixed families in Azerbaijan. You know, still we have around 30,000 Armenian ladies. They are wives of Azerbaijani men, and they live in Azerbaijan. You know, before we were very friendly, but when this ultranationalistic movement increased, and thanks to Armenian diaspora money and Russian weapon, this conflict arose, you know, and it was progressing and progressing. And also these ambitions that the main thesis is that it was great historical Armenia and they wanted to restore it. That is the background, you know. So, but as a modern people, I guess that as a humans, of course, I am sure that no Armenian mothers, no Azerbaijani mothers, they would like to give birth to sons that they will die in the war. I am sure that the both will be vote for the peace. So it will be good if, I guess, women will stand for this peace process. Women will raise their voices for peace and reconciliation. That is very important. And of course, as Professor mentioned, it will be good if the neighbor countries, they also support these two countries to come to the peace and to live together. Because nor Azerbaijan nor Armenia, they will not move from this, their strategical point from the maps. We are neighbors, and we have to live in peace, I guess.
One more remark on the part of me as regards this issue of museums. As a matter of fact, many nations have such problems with robbed, plundered, stolen pieces of art from different times of history by Russia. For instance, a set of coins from Marburg is gold, very precious. It's still in Russia, and one of the most famous example is Romanian golden treasuries that after over 100 years still were not given back to Romania by Russia. So I'm afraid that it will be very difficult to get these pieces of art back, to receive something like that. Thank you. Do you have any questions?
May I interrupt? I was asked by Professor Jan Riedel for short closing remarks because the drivers of the bus who will take us to the Nova Hota to the Nova Hota tourists is waiting outside vis-a-vis of university. So from me, very quick, short closing remarks. On behalf of the organizing committee and on behalf of the research team, History as an Instrument of the Contemporary Conflicts, I would like to appreciate express my appreciation for the conference speakers. During these 2 days, I observed an excellent presentation and active discussion. Therefore, I must say that our goals of our conference was fully achieved. At the end, I would like to just shortly remind you about our research project and our publishing plans. Our research project was launched in 2018, and in December 2023, there was an international research team established at our university of the same title, history as an instrument of the contemporary international conflicts. Our project so far has resulted in 3 international conferences. We are at the end of the fourth one, and we published 2 post-conference publications. You can see by the Greuter Oldenburg Publishing House, and the third one is will be published next year by prestigious Routledge Publishing House. So we have in plans, of course, to publish also conference proceedings after this conference. But for sure, I will start with the first step, asking you maybe next week via email for information, because I know that some of you cannot contribute to this planned publication, and then we will, I think, create a book proposal and invite you to contribute to this publication. At the end, I will officially announce the end of the conference and ask everyone to join this historical tour of Nowa Huta. Thank you very much.